Alright, boys! The voice is back! I'm gonna fucking wear it out by just yelling all night. My voice is back. It's good. Oh yeah, dude, markers for sure. What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday night. We're gonna be playing more Skyward Sword. We got to the Desert Temple last time we played. We finished all the fucking stupid desert puzzles. So we should be good to hop into a temple tonight. I'm excited. Look at that fucking list. There's so many games left on there. But we're gonna start demolishing them. Good, Maddie. Good to hear. Alright. I think we're good to go. I have to... Well, hold on. I have to scoot back more. Fucking motion controls, man. Alright. Yo, Brandon, what's up, baby? I'm so far... I have to sit so far away for this game, it's bizarre. Purse playing Zelda? Yeah, I do it sometimes. What's up, Curb? Scooty that booty. I was like up here and my motion controls like get entangled in my mic. I have to fucking sit way back here. Okay, Lunkus. He's back in the old saddle. I think my line in is a little bit too high. Maybe just a little bit, yeah. There, I'll put it like there. Alright, the Lanayru Mining Facility. Travel through Lanayru Mining Facility to the Temple of Time. Can I... Hold on. I'm just doing something on my computer. I need to... It plays this in 4:3 resolution, which is really weird. Oh, there we go. Alright, I fixed it. Never mind. Okay. 10 hours into this game, huh? How's it not been 12? Did we not play it for 2 full streams? I guess maybe not. I guess maybe not. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. No, we didn't do any of this. I was gonna say, didn't we do some of this? No, we haven't. Okay. Music sounds pretty fucking awesome already. Where the fuck do I go for this game? I'm gonna have to be like on the side. It's gonna be weird. Yo, Brandon! My fucking dude. Thank you for 8 months of sub, brother. I fucking appreciate you so much. Thank you, man. Welcome back in. Always nice to see ya. Alright. It's desert time. So we had just walked in here. Looks like a lot of places we can throw bombs. But what does it do? It's just rupee. It is just singular rupee. Yo, Mascot, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? Poopy. Much love, Brandon. Okay. Poopy Rupee. What the fuck are you? You're gonna tell me I wasted bombs on this? Didn't drop anything? Damn. Alright, entrance to this temple. Kinda interesting. Not much, man. Just touching my wee-wee. Uh-oh, Stinky. So nothing new, yeah. Just the normal stuff. Am I supposed to... What am I supposed to do with you? Okay, that works. Do I sink in this? I do. That's gonna be really fucking annoying, because I'm sure the temple is full of it. I've already hit it twice in the entrance, so... Can we make that? Well, we have this hook beetle now that we just got. Well, we've had the beetle, but it didn't have a hook on it before. So let's see what he can all do. Okay, he can't do that. Alright, we're already puzzling, boys. Oh, well, actually, I see something already. Fucking Gabe with the raid, dude. Gabe, thank you, buddy. Love you, man. Great stream. You had some good matches of DVD today. Okay, that didn't work. Already on the motion controls and beetle stuff. It's already going great. Kung Fu Kwa Meg, yo! Nico, thank you guys all for coming in with Gabe. Much love to you guys. I'm sitting so far away, it feels weird because this game's motion controls, so I was hitting my mic. Do I need like a hook shot or something? I don't know. Nico, thank you for the host, and Meg, thank you for the lurk. Don't punch the mic. Dude, it's a pain in the ass. Alright, can we do this? Shit, dude. He can run on that way more than I thought he'd be able to. So we just got into the desert temple. And we're gonna get shit done today, boys. We'll finish out this temple, I'm sure, in full, and then maybe get to the next one. I think that's what we did last stream. There's one temple and then got to the next one. So we gotta try to beat this one's ass today. Why can he run on the sand? I feel like he couldn't run on sand this easily before. Dude, Link is breathing. No. Don't punch microphone. Great emote combo, Kung Fu Kwa. Okay, I think he can always run on it. It's once he runs out of stamina, that's whenever he drowns in the quicksand. Alright. Let's get over here. Beautiful. We're 100% in this game, right? No. No way. Gotta be quicker than quicksand. Oh, that's kind of a cool enemy. You have to chop off all 3 heads at once. Ow. As I continue to try to chop them separately. Come on, hold a straight line for me. Oh, I tried. Fuck. Dude, this is impossible to play with a fucking microphone in front of you. There we go. Ada wants to know if I'll play Pokemon Coliseum as her sub game. Dude, fuck yeah. I should have it on the list, right? Hell yeah. I would love to. Yeah, because Ada's been subbed to me before, yeah. I'll throw Pokemon Coliseum on there for her. We want Dance a Ludicolo. I mean, I own it, so it should be on there. Have the mic up higher? I mean... There we go, guys. What if I just stream like this all the time? It's perfect. There's so many chords, dude! Alright. I could do this, though. This is good. Well, there you go. Gabe! Thank you for gifting a sub to Ada. That's very sweet of you. Damn it, Gabe. Thank you, man. Ada, I will add Pokemon Coliseum for you, my dude. I own a copy of it, so I mean, if it isn't on my list, it's supposed to be. Alright. Let's just get full health, because we can. And I assume you can climb this, maybe? No? Okay, something to do with these boxes. Do what's best for you. Funny enough, it sounded different when it was higher like that. Yeah, I know. That's the thing with this mic. Is you gotta have it right in front of your fucking mouth. This game just requires a lot of room, and I have a headphone cord that's dangling here constantly because I'm normally sitting next to close to my desk, and it's like fine, but it's like stretched out across this. It's really annoying because it's like right in my way. First world problems, I know, but it makes streaming this game very difficult. Yeah, like hang it down from a wire. I'll just hang it from the cord. That'd be great. Person mouth reveal win. Just always have the mic covering my face. 2 more days, it'll be the 10-year anniversary of Food Battle. Oh my god, dude. I'll get a pink frosted sprinkled donut for Thursday stream. Hey, discount. Hey! Hey! Hey, listen. Thankfully, we don't have to listen to that in this game. But we do have to do all this. So it's definitely got its problems. We get Fi instead, yeah. She's not as annoying, though. I don't think she's really that annoying at all. Make it! Oh my god. I feel like the color or something is off on my capture of this game. I need to like play around with the colors or something. I mean, it's in standard definition, so I mean, it's no matter what, it's gonna look not high quality, but it's the best to sex with? Whoa, now. Oh, really? Who put that there? Tall Midna, though. Fucking gotchi base. I mean, yes markers. The initial form? Oh no. Oh my god. Nico, how are you deciding this information? God damn it. Fucking electricity. Alright. Just because I want to. I just need it to be true. Wait, was this a metal box or? It is, okay. There's nothing I can do about that. Alright, we're puzzling. We can't look around for much longer. Fucking Nico. Remember when Frank had listen as a sound effect? I do remember that. What the fuck is that, dude? It's another thing you have to grab. Huh. We're missing something here. Something essential that I'm not seeing. And I'm very confused right now. Okay, there's a button right there. I don't think you can drop a bomb on that, though. She got lots of stamina fruit. God damn it. I haven't played since 2013, so I don't remember. That's fair. Okay. We're already stuck. Didn't take long. Only took 20 minutes. This is the only thing that, like, made sense, and then it just goes to a dead end, so... I don't think that's the solution. What is that up there? Just an enemy? Yeah, it's just an enemy. Huh. Bought this game back in 2018, so I should play it again. Yeah, I bought it, like, right after it had come out. Oh wait, we got a key. Where the fuck did we get a key from? I don't know why I keep doing that, because I did that last time and it didn't work. It's because I'm trying to not use this ladder and just drop down, but it's not working. Down the ladder. Yo, what's up, Soul? How you doing, man? Alright. Let's get over here. I'm pretty sure there was a key door. I thought you were playing The Missing Link, and no, I saw a little bit more of it, but I have too much Zelda to play already. I mean, I'm playing through every single Zelda game, so I've got a lot of work to do. I got a key, and I don't even remember getting it. Yeah, so many games, so little time, exactly. Are you gonna have to emulate the DS ones? Yeah, because I don't have a capture card for it. But I already have it set up, and it works pretty damn good. As much as I would like to play them on the real thing, it's not really an easy option. So why did you explode last time? Okay, there we go. Jelly blob. No, Nico, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my drawing tablet. I have a pretty perfect setup for it. So it's gonna feel pretty accurate to how it did. Well, I mean, all a drawing tablet does is mimic your mouse movement. So yeah, you can use it. Phantom Ewe Wyatt. Phantom Hourglass is really rough. I remember liking when I played of it, but it was so hard. Yeah, definitely, Nico. I mean, like I said, all drawing tablet does is mimic mouse movement, but you can just change the settings a lot. So, yeah, I mean, you could definitely use it. I could use my drawing tablet as a mouse if I wanted to. It'd be very inconvenient, but... Okay, we need a bomb. I guess we can run over here. This ladder's broken! God, Link's death sound is terrifying in this game. Oh, I see it. Yeah, there you go, Nico. Dude, Monka X. Link's death sound is terrible. Also, the controls on this are pretty bad. Like, if I hold it flat... Okay, I think that's my problem. Alright, controls aren't bad. I was just doing it not the way Nintendo wanted me to. I had to point it like straight at the sensor bar and then it worked perfectly. And that is... what? Yeah, now this controls perfectly. Oh, this thing will shoot us into a different time, yeah? Yeah, I forgot about that. Cool. What? Cool, now the dungeon's sick. Wait, are these like the fucking laser guys from Ocarina? Oh my god, they are! Beamos. Dude, sick. Alright, but what did this do for me? Besides... Dude, he would not jump off the ledge, and whenever I did it at an angle, he's like, oh, I'll hop off real quick. Oh! Okay, this is back to where we were. Holy shit. Okay, let's climb up here really quick. This is crazy now. Okay. This dungeon looks like ass. So far, it's kind of rough, I'm not gonna lie. I really do like that you hit the crystal and it takes you back in time. I think that's pretty fucking cool. But what, you don't like this game? Yeah, the aesthetic is fucking awesome. The mechanics are more annoying than they are fun to pull off. Majora's Mask temples are perfection. I disagree. This almost feels like a Majora's Mask temple. I think Majora's temples are the worst part of the game. Everything around it is great. I mean, it was a good emoji for it, honestly. Ooh. Yeah, like, this place looks beautiful. I want max hearts. There we go. Stone Tower was like... Stone Tower's another one where I think, like, it's such a cool idea, but I don't really remember enjoying... I think getting up to Stone Tower is one of the worst things I've, like, ever done in a video game. Getting up that is so bad. I just don't like the dungeons in Majora's Mask. I really don't like the dungeons. I think it's its weak point. Its story and world and everything else about Majora is, like, perfect. I just think the dungeons are bad, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion on it. Doesn't mean it's fact. Can I get rid of this? I hate all the old dusty areas. Just give me the nice futuristic areas. They're fun and cool. Oh, that's nice, actually. Oh. Can we... Ah, we gotta use bombs now. I'm surprised that's staying on there. Hello? These guys are kind of hilarious. Alright. Make this? No. Can't make that either. It's always so close. That's... Yeah, I was gonna say, that's spikes or something. Okay, so basically you're just using these to get over and around these. Oh, no. Oh! Alright, get me out of this hellhole. Now let's find the right path here. Probably else I grew up with it and learned it back then. Yeah, that's the thing, is I didn't understand the game whenever I was young. It was too confusing, and then the day cycle freaked me out. I thought you had to beat the whole game in 3 days. So, like, I had Majora and I had the guide and everything, but I just stuck to Ocarina because I liked it so much. I used to just basically walk around the world and shit, and I think that's a reason why I like or appreciate the world even more. Because I do know a lot of the world. What the fuck? You got the Gust Bellows. Is an ancient and mystical device capable of blowing an endless gust of wind. Oh, it's like the Gust Jar. Oh, weird. Anytime I do it now, it feels easy from memory. Well, I mean, yeah. You've played it a lot, Nico. I've only played all the way through it twice, so... No, I've only played all the way through it once. I stopped at, where did I stop on the 3DS version? I didn't even finish the 3DS version. Oh, boy. Look at this thing. This is fucking hilarious. I love this item already. Fuck yeah. Is there a chest right there I don't have? God damn it. How much do you think this is worth it? It's the Raublo. What the fuck is this? This is dropped by the goddess in a long forgotten era. It's a legendary treasure. Okay, we have 2 of them. Alright, so I don't know that that was necessary, but... Oh, there's a shortcut here. Alright, it was worth it. I kinda love this Gust Jar. This is my favorite thing so far in the game. We have max money. Alright, go! We're actually just a janitor now. No! Yeah, Marcos, what you said. I respect people that like the dungeons because the game is still great. Exactly. The game is great. I respect people that love Majora. The Rob Blow. Moe, what's up, dude? Howdy doody. Oh, good thing I just pushed this down. Majora's Mask would be the goth GF of the Legend of Zelda series. Alright. That's a lot of dust! Skyward Sword is the shy, timid girl? Yeah. That seems weird at first. Yeah, that's good, Nico. She's like uncoordinated and dorky, though. Okay. Whoops. Oh, okay. Things are starting to make sense now. Actually, the dungeon design is pretty decent right now. If we do something with this in here and it solves the puzzle, it's gonna be fucking sick. But she has a charm to her. Yeah, of course. We're gonna... let's relate every Zelda game to girls we want to date. Ah! Yeah, yeah, that's a better way to say it. Let's waifu all of our Zelda games. That'd be really fucking funny. Saving in progress. Why are you guys gambling and losing all again? What have I told you? Alright. No. Okay, there's just random shit over there. This doesn't go that far. That would be fucking crazy. Alright. Alright, there's somewhere else we gotta go with this. And I don't know exactly where, but... Dip it. No, Wyatt! Why? Campbell all was 0? That's a big brain move, dude. Oh, okay. See, that's how you get this. I don't know why you would need this now, but... Oh, that's how. God, this... Okay. I gotta say, dungeon's getting better. It was just annoying because we didn't have this item. That's pretty much how every dungeon is in Zelda, though. You're like, what the fuck? I can't figure anything out. Then you get an item and you're like, oh, I can figure everything out now. Link to the Past is a girl that thinks she's better than everyone else. That's kind of true. Because it's like, yo, I'm the perfect Zelda game. Nothing will ever beat me. And that's pretty much every Link to the Past fan. Everyone who likes Link to the Past thinks like nothing can ever fucking beat it. Which it is a goddamn great 2D Zelda, but I'm just more into the 3D ones. You just typed it out. That's some pretty meta gambling right there. Alright. Hit! I fucking never did that. Alright, hold on. Sorry, I was setting up stream stuff. Okay, more sand. God, you're the worst. I hate these little beetle things. Okay. Please, not like this. Oh my god. Oh my god, Link! Link, hurry! Oh, okay. I was wondering what we were gonna have to do in here. Just transform the entire room because it's unsolvable. Oh. Oh! Okay, all the sand's gone now? It's not linked to the past fall if everyone puts it on a pedestal? That's kind of true as well. Yeah, just dropped all the sand out of here. Jesus. How do we, Oh. Jesus. Easy there. Monster horn. I guess I'm kind of like, fuck, dude. I don't want all these materials, but I'm probably gonna get to a point where I get something I want to upgrade. I'm gonna need all of them, so I won't complain about it. What the fuck are you supposed to do now? Because I definitely can't get to that. The chess cutscenes are being a little abused. Oh, yeah, because they're doing it for a small, stupid item. Alright, what are you? These things are new, so... Oh my god! Well... Doesn't do anything. Alright, there's something I'm missing here. I just don't know what it is. There's not one down here, right? No. Link, how do you even fall in a gap like that? Link really said, alright, I'm gonna head out. Dude, he went straight through the smallest gap ever. What's up, Anthony? Is it blocked off in here, though? It is. So it can't be anything in here. So the solution is in here. The Ring versus the Grudge. How was it? I'm sure it was terrible, right? Oh my god, did I really just fucking scuff this? It was 5 out of 10. But it had some good laughs. When did that come out? And is it an English film? It's on YouTube? Oh, God. Me and Gabe will definitely watch that. Alright, Gabe, let me shuffle her up for you. You get an 8. Not satisfied? Why are you not satisfied? Okay, it wasn't enough for you, huh? An 8's not bad, dude. Again. I have to figure out this fucking room. Yo, what's up, Skeeter? Oh my god, he actually did it. He pulled the fucking Joker, dude. Block next to the door. No, I didn't notice that. Next to which door? Oh god, Anthony. The door you just came from? Well, now I'm just jumping down into pits. I don't see a block over there. Why is it red? You see it? That? Isn't that a part of that pillar? Oh. Is that actually what I'm supposed to be doing? Yeah, it's like this. That's part of the pillar, isn't it? I think I just looked right past it. No idea. It looks wider. Okay, well, if there's nothing over here... Pee-pee poo-poo. No, because see, there's one right here. It's part of that wall, too. Maybe? Unless the design is just weird. How... Bean! Discount, why would you do that? I'm so fucking upset right now. Fucking Sadlands, dude. I have the game too, I'll play with. Discount, figure this shit out. Yeah, see, this isn't a box. It's just part of a wall. I have no idea what the solution is in here. We're gonna fly around and look, I guess. Spin the wheel and take your bean. I will. I will. I will. What the fuck is the solution in here? Oh, you have... Oh, I thought you were talking about Skyward Sword. You have this as well. Oh, God. I got Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. Yes. Oh, that smells so bad in there. What'd you get, Discount? Stinky Socks always tastes like decent at first, and then it immediately hits you. Oh boy! Way to go, Link! Grab the ledge. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, dude, I really hope it's not dirty dishwater. I actually don't like either of those because I'm not a big icing guy. And birthday cake is literally just the taste of icing. Okay, so we were not down here last time whenever we did this. I'm pretty sure. Maybe we were. Okay, we probably were. But it doesn't reach far enough. I got stinky socks. You got the birthday cake? Dude, it's like the sweetest thing ever. GG, I never get anything good on my beans. The Deku seeds have mad drop in this game. Okay, that's not the solution. Damn, dude. I don't have a grappling hook, no. We have a slingshot, a bug net, the flying beetle, bombs, and the air duster, which we just got. So, I mean, this should be a majority of the shit we need to do right now is use this thing, since we just got it. Is there anything on the ceiling? No. I had to spoil milk on the other day and almost threw up in my car. It's really bad, Discount. I think everybody in my chat that redeems the beans has to at least have tried them before. You know what I'm really curious about, guys? Hold on to your purses, it's gamer time. What's up, Mr. Clutch? And he redeemed a bean. Why, dude? Gen 1 had some bad ones in it, man. Alright. I'll play again. Alright, Discount. Now I got birthday cake or dirty dishwater. I usually don't even use the wheel anymore because it always gives me the same ones. Oh, I got birthday cake. Ah! I know you should like that, but I actually really hate icing, so... It's too strong. Woo! That is way too strong, dude. Hey, Frank. What's up, man? Sorry I didn't pop in your stream today. I've never played Symphony of the Night, so I'm kind of, like, keeping my eyes off of it. Ugh. Yeah, birthday cake, dude. The happy birthday cake. Oh, I hate it. Go back over to the gate, the thing above the gate, and blow on that. Okay. I would assume we gotta have the time fixed. Discount, it'll even out because all I get is shitty ones. I mean, technically I just got a good one, but not one that I like. Sal being a bitch, just don't pay attention? What do you mean don't pay attention? It'd be no different. I would just be sitting in there and not watching. No, I almost popped in though today. But I was like, shit, maybe I shouldn't watch Symphony of the Night. Blow on that thing above, you said. Frank, I'm honestly so stuck in this game right now, dude. Are you talking about that gate? Oh. It does have like a weird mechanism over it. Yeah, it's gotta be something with this. It definitely is. It's a pinwheel. God fucking damn it. Alright, good call, Smithy. Good call, Smithy. It would have taken me ages to figure that out. Fucking beans, dude. Really, guys? Come on now. Can I, like, hit these back at you? Oh my god, this game's great. Do it again. What the fuck are those? Come on. Man, those things are assholes. Holy shit. Nice. Alright. Smithy saved us. I'll go again with it if you want. If you want to, Discount. Dude, I've got so many of them, it's stupid. Would you rather jumping jacks? No, not really. Oh, is it barely over? Oh, thank Christ. It landed on Juicy Pear Booger, which is one away from Dead Fish. Alright. Wow, I actually got pear. Thanks, Frank. I don't know what's happening right now. I never get good ones. Ah! You know you can't be happy. You know that I know. I'm gonna refund. No, you dare refund him. Do not refund him, I swear to Christ. Toasted marshmallow or stink bug? Gabe has eaten all of my toasted marshmallow beans. Oh, I see how to kill him. I'm gonna die! I saw last second how we were supposed to do it. I'll refund myself? You fucker. If you guys abuse that system, I swear to Christ. Yeah, Gabe, guess what? Then my brother was like, let me try one of these. And he ate it and he got fucking toasted marshmallow. He's like, I don't even like toasted marshmallow. So he ate my one out of this can. It's probably the only one. No, they can't give themselves channel points. They go through the queue and they have to accept stuff for me. But they can't give themselves channel points. Say somebody redeemed something, and then I was like, oh, I'm not doing that tonight or something. Then they can reject it, and it gives them their points back. But mods, don't do that. Be truthful. Gabe memed about it, now all the mods are thinking about it. Do it. I knew that I was close to death. I have potions on me. Well, that's the first time we've died. Oh my god, dude, you're kidding me? I'm pretty sure I do. Okay, I actually don't, so that was a guaranteed death. I was wrong. No discount, but fucking markers, just from never spending them and being here constantly, has like... I think he has the highest points. Him and Kyle, I think, have the highest points. They have like 300,000. And the 24-hour stream is for 1 million, so they're trying to ruin my life with that. I can't not spend mine. That's how, I mean, that's how literally everybody else is. I think they're the only two who have like not spent theirs. I don't know if I want to anymore. He's giving up the dream. I saw how hard it was on you. I mean, that's just how 24-hour streams are. That's why I said I'd never do one. I mean, if I can go 20 hours and then have Gabe step in for a few, you know? If I could do something like that. If I could do that again. Yeah, that, I mean, that's the biggest bang for your buck. I should put on my splits for that, who I got the PB for. That'd be kind of cool. But I can't save up. Well, the shitty thing is that it used to be a lot easier to get discount, but then they changed the goddamn rates. I don't know why they changed the rates. You're at 88,000? Damn, Smithy. Just tier 3 lol. Fucking Mooey. God damn it, Mooey. What is this? I don't like this thing. Alright. Just a bunch of dust boys. Just dust boys doing what dust boys do. Alright. If you're a Dima, don't do it. I'll give you $5. Larry made you quit streaming for a week. You know what I could change it to? I could change it to like a, like 18-hour stream or something. Because 18 hours I could do fine. It was the 24, man. Or I could do like 12-hour for half that price or something. A 12-hour stream for fucking 250K or something? Nah, that's too little. I know multiple people that have like 100K easy. Boost your sub-game redemption? You think I should? Is it too cheap? Anthony has been redeeming games like fucking crazy. No, please. Anthony has like 5 games on there right now. I've redeemed 2! Oh yeah, you just had... Wait, you had sub-games and then didn't you have more picks because of like tier shit? I don't even know. Oh, that's good, Gabe. No, I mean, I made the reserve the game thing like high, but not super high, because then that way we can fill up the list faster. Okay, yeah. And Flagrose at some point, yeah. No, I won't increase that. I thought Gabe was asking that, and I was like, it is not super high. But now that it takes longer to get points, too. But also, I stream a lot. I don't know, it's hard. It's really hard to tell what's a fair price for everything. I feel like we've got everything pretty figured out. Guess what I'm about to do? What are you about to do, Discount? If you did hi Pixel. No, I didn't say hi to you yet. I didn't even see you send a message. Discount, the bot is actually saving you. Don't do it. The bot actually saved your life. It's a sign whenever it does that. Oh, nice. Oh. Okay. And how do we get this open? By killing this thing? This is a fucking cool enemy, dude. What the hell? Did you just see that backflip dodge I did? Yeah, they just released 1.0 of that. I saw that on the front page. I wonder what that all entails. I haven't played it in ages. Pixel, we'll all have to play. The dungeon map. It's time for a W. It's gonna be an L, Discount. It's gonna be a big L. Anthony's like, let me bash. Ass. Poopy ass. Look at this dungeon. Oh my god, there's so much. So much shit. I know exactly where this is gonna be too. Yeah, dude. He told me that he has it now. I fucking knew it. Hell yes, dude. BRB. Alright, Discount. Sounds good, buddy. Is that just good now? This game's good. As frustrating as it can be, I do like it. Solving the puzzles is satisfying. Alright. What do we got here? We have this little fella. I am not going to be able to make that. I still hate that sound. Yo, Angel, what's up, dude? Sorry if I didn't say hi earlier. How you doing? Oh my god. Why, dude? Angel, thank you for the 100 bits. You're, whenever that, kind of happens, you're kinda, my dad, so you're my dad. I know, it's been a long time. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for the 100 bits. And once my stream layout actually updates, I'll show you as my bit dad. I was chatting with Vince earlier, great lad. Dude, he's fucking awesome. He's so nice. Glad to have met him. Man, BitDad's really taking its sweet time to update today, huh? There it goes. If that doesn't kill him... Okay, it did. What would the next move be here? Alright. Let's see if there's anything down here. That's valuable information. Doesn't look like it so far. Oh! No, there's nothing over here. It's stuck under that. Okay. Are there mechanics I don't know about yet with this? Does not look like it. Map. Oh. There is a secret path. No fucking way. Well, thank Christ for the map, dude. I wouldn't have figured that out. Damn, dude. Gabe's the only winner? Dude, Gabe is getting lucky on these bashes lately. Purse is a map? Look at this little drawing. I'm not a map, I opened a map. If this is a small, stupid treasure again, I'm gonna be mad. God damn it. Yo, what's up, Dragon? How you doing? 3. Alright. Is this a blind playthrough or a replay? This is my first playthrough of Skyward Sword. So yes, fully blind. The whole game of these cutscenes ahead of us, I know. RJ, my dude! My mans! Why am I going for this?
Why people happy?
Why people happy? Thank you for 11 months of sub, dude. God damn. I can't believe it. Thank you for always staying subbed and supporting me, dog. You're one of my faves. Glad to know ya. Purse clean, baby. I fucking love that emote, dude. I was looking at some of your emotes yesterday and I realized, I'm like, I haven't even seen some of these. These are all so good. Alright. That's kind of funny. Can I make it through this? Ah, there's another. God damn it. No! Please. Hello? Okay. And why? Why would you do this? Anna, this is so mean. Get swole! I hope you enjoyed this game despite its slight deviations from the originals. This game is really good. Like, it's a lot better than I was expecting. Everyone shits on this game, so I was very intrigued about it, and I really like it. I just wish that I wish it wasn't motion controls. That's all I wish. If I could play this game with a GameCube controller, I think I'd really like it. Yeah, it's just randomly found an EGAD product, Anthony. Fucking 50 jacks, dude. Unreal. The motion controls aren't great. They're not the worst either, though. They're not the worst, but they're not great. $13, $14, $15. 20. 21. 2. Here's 25. Yeah, like playing this on the Switch. Oh yeah, that'd be fucking amazing. It also needs the HD like upgrade treatment because the standard definition isn't holding up so well. Oh yeah, the main theme for this game kicks ass. I think it only goes up to 70, doesn't it? 75? Don't. Please. I beg you. I think I have it cap out at 75 because people would just do it all stream if I had no limit. Alright. $10. 18, 19, 20. Alright, 25. With an overall 50. Oh my god, my calves. They're gonna kill. Thank you guys. Yo, what's up, mom slash dad? Mom, I'm gonna guess. How you doing? What are you guys up to? Sorry, I had to get my exercise in. Someone redeemed it. Alright. I don't know what those are. Alright. Let's try to avoid this maze. Oh, this sucks, dude. Hearts for the rinse, baby. Okay, this is the right way. Perfect. What is this? This looks terrible. This actually looks the worst. I don't like all this sand. Oh, okay, this is actually kind of cool. Ow! So, Mom, this is the Zelda game on the Wii, where you actually have to, like, swing your sword around and stuff. It's a lot of work to play. But I'm liking it so far. I never played this one. I've owned it for like years, but I never played it. Ah, god dang it. Well, I might as well grab it since it's falling. Bow, 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 bow. It's coarse, it gets everywhere, and I hate it. Freaking Anakin, dude. I hate sand. They want you to clear out this entire arena? Oh my god, they actually do. Oh, this is terrible. Anakin did nothing wrong. Anakin's a little bitch, dude. Yeah, we're actually Super Mario Sunshine now. Okay, there's a lot going on the floor in here, though. Better than water. That's actually true. It's no water temple. Or Super Mario water levels, as my mother hates. God dang it, come on, man. No! I hate these flying porcupines is what I called it. Pufferfish. God, this sucks. I'll be here in the corner loving the water temple. You actually love the water temple? Dude, my wallet's already full, man. I like that that spins the rupees. Oh, this sand. All right, what does this do? That opens the door. Does it stay open? Okay. It's your favorite mine forest, really? That's interesting, Marcus. I did not know that. That's very interesting. Link is actually just vacuuming someone's house. That's the entire dungeon. Someone's gonna be very happy whenever they come home. Is this covered in something? Can I hit it? Can I jab it? Okay, you have to jab it. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's also fair, Markers. I know I beat Skyward Sword, but I can't remember having played most of it. Maybe it just wasn't very memorable to you. So everything this thing goes around to, like, brings it back to life. Okay, so, yep, Ow. What is that for? Holy shit, Mom. Thank you for the $25 donation. Jesus, dude. I don't deserve this. Thank you, Mom. I love you. Your allowance, yeah. My Zelda allowance today. Alright. Thank you, Mom. I love you. I hope you're having a good night. This night is very chill here. We're just trying to figure out this dungeon and get through it, hopefully. This game's very, very long. It's gonna take us ages to beat it. Okay. Oh, this will be fun. I'm already seeing exactly how this is gonna play out. Oh boy. Ah! God dang it, dude, I'm gonna die again. This is fun. Little burning snowman. We need to buy more potions, dude. We ran out of them. Wow, shocking. Oh, yeah, good one, Dragon. Dude, the electricity enemies are so terrible. They're so not fun to deal with. Alright, let's save here. Stop sticking your fork in the outlet. Yeah, that's basically what Link's doing. By killing these enemies with the sword, he's sticking his fork in an outlet. First still gets an allowance? No, I know. It was just a good joke. It was just a really good joke. How do I hit this? There we go. Alright, so what we have to do here is... No. We have to wait behind it, I'm gonna guess. Oh, there's no platforms. Wait, what? Oh, I bet you have to wait for it to come back. It's totally what you have to do. Or, yeah, okay. Oh, it's just gonna go to the other side? How do you get over there? Oh. boy. So what you want to do is... No. Stuck keys in an alley when I was 3 probably explains more. Jesus, Smithy. Master, look at this. Alright. Oh, it's the boss door. There's a great door here that's locked tight. Yeah. Only logical is something of great importance is behind it. Yeah, usually. Usually the boss door, there's a boss behind it. Is this gonna go backwards if I do this? Okay. Cortana. No, it's not Cortana. Okay. I'm starting to see. Now we gotta just stay behind this. Oh God. Oh dear God. Oh no. No, we have to kill this thing to get it over there. Stab it in its eye. Please. Please, Link. Okay. God, dude, I can't be near my desk when playing this game. It's so annoying. Later, Mom. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. And thank you for donating to me. God dang it. You put so many dots after it, sounds like you're being dramatic and angry. I know that's not what you're trying to do, but that's what it looks like. Later, ... My mom does the same shit. Later. She just took the dots off. Love you, Mom. Okay, awesome. Ditto. Alright. Let's get this shit done, boys. Awesome. I'm glad, Gabe. That's so funny. Dude, I can't believe it's only 9:43. It feels so much later than that. She's probably going to bed. That's a fast clock you got there. It's 5 minutes fast, and I know it is. I can't believe it's only 9:38. Okay, so, well, if they put a Sag after, Gabe? What is wrong? You'd be like, what? What's wrong? Nothing? Nothing, why? I'm killing this thing. Alright. Nothing? Oh, this thing's so slow. Auto scroller, Resident Sleeper. Okay, now what? Did I actually miss it, dude? Did I have to fucking do that? Dude! Okay, it's not as much of an auto-scroller now. Ooh! Alright, we have... Jesus, we have one more enormous room, then I think we're at the boss. This has been quite a temple. We'll just blow these guys off. Nice. Wasn't there a platform here? Okay. I thought there was a platform to the right. Really took a chance on that one. Okay. I was gonna say I'm gonna be more careful this time. Obviously, we see how that worked out. Oh my god, hurry up, hurry up! I didn't even mean to kill that, but alright. Full health? Ah, shit. Hey buddy, old pal, hope your night's going good. It is, Matt, thank you, man. I hope yours is too. Nice to see you, homie. Okay. Discounts on the bash, baby. He didn't gamble, he's bashing. He's doing the right thing. There we go. Alright. I think that's literally all we had to do in here to do the rest of the shit. Oh god, that looks miserable. Okay. Oh wait, we actually want to be up here. Holy shit. Alright. How often do those come down? Alright. Whoa! Monk a fucking ass. Fuck this, I'm going back to all in. No, dude! Anthony, it doesn't work. Anthony, how much did you have? I've lost 2 in a row now. It's probably because there's actually other people doing them right now. I had like 4K. Okay. You weren't sitting like a million like in Gabe's stream whenever you threw it all away. Two, 3, 1? Does this mean something? God, this is such a fucking time waster of an enemy. Also, it plays this weird like Breath of the Wild music. Alright, so what I got from this was a pattern that's 2, 3, 1. It's literally all I got from it. Alright. get going, baby. Millionaire status? Oh, fuck, discount. Oh, damn, you fucking gambled a lot. I didn't even see how much you went in with. I find bashing has a higher rate of success if others join? Really? Luke's Jedi Training Academy. You like this music game? Okay, that ladder's free now. This is some Anel music right now. Temple of Anel. What is the point of that? Why would I want to do that? Don't we want to go over there? Isn't that where we came? No, that's not where we came in. But why would we want to do that? Oh. I see. I see, dude. Well, that's just tragic. Oh, there's the ladder back up. Okay. Give me one billion blue coins. I'll give you $100. What the fuck discount? I would say that'll ruin the economy, but I think we all know that discount is gonna gamble them all away anyway. But no, I'm not even gonna allow that because I don't want you giving me real money for fake money. Okay, so this is locked. But what if he wins? No! Oh, fuck! Get him out! Dude, he's fucked. He's fucked forever. Oh, no! Okay. Holy shit. They have no value. They hit their bubble. No one will ever be able to get first place again, discount. That's what I mean. The fucking juggle, the jiggle juggle. That's the point. There's no fun in that. Chat loves battling for that top 5. That's the entire point of the gambling. There is for me. God damn it, discount. Oh, I just figured out the puzzle. It actually is 23 as number 1 as well, which is hilarious. But actually, I think you have to hit it 1, 2, 3 though. Oh, this is really annoying. I would guess that's how they want me to do it. But reading it from the other angle, it definitely was 23 as number 1. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Come on, dude! Alright. 1. Poker game, high stakes. Oh, God. I don't even need to do that. Alright. Coolio. Oh my god, this fucking guy. Back to 0, and that's why I never do it.
Or WTF you doing?
Oi, WTF you doing? Data! My mans. Thank you for 31 fucking months. Love you, dude. Thank you so much. For all the love, always. I miss you. How have you been, man? When did stream start? At 8, like normal. A little bit after, maybe 8:10. No, Markers, don't do it. He's just gonna gamble it all away. No! Good morning that I missed 2 hours. That's okay, man. How you doing? I know you said you were gonna take a nap. Wait, did you say you were taking a nap? I think you did engage stream. So I was just like, yeah, he'll be around. A small loan. Holy shit, Brandon. You're insane, man. No! God, you're the worst. I love this enemy, but the forward stab sucks. I've been so sick. Do you have, like, corona symptoms and shit? Or is this something else? Sending me blows. 13K viewers? Huh? What are you talking about? Please. Please. That couple, yeah, getting tested tomorrow? Fuck, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry, Discount. I hope you're okay. My Twitch just showed you at 13K? What the hell? They actually changed the front page now, so you can't be put on the front page anymore. The front page just recommends you streamers now instead of showing popular people. It's kind of cool. It makes more sense, honestly. Same, but I've been vomiting, body sore, and headaches. It sounds fucking miserable. Shit, man. Yeah, isn't that... It's like a weird change, but doesn't it make more sense? That it tailors your front page to you. It's not gonna show you, like, League of Legends whenever you pop it up, and then you're gonna be like, I don't care about League of Legends. You know? More personalized instead of shilling. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, dude. Woo! Don't think that's the Crayola? Wait, what? What does that mean, Smithy? Oh, Corona. I haven't heard Crayola. Harder to find new things, though? That's true. That is true. Yeah, it's like, I could see it having pros and cons. Pretty much everything that Twitch does has its pros and cons. Sometimes the cons outweigh the pros. Should hit you with 100K right now? Well, you can. I haven't paused. You can do that one on Thursdays. Don't you dare, Brandon. Yeah, Crayola's funny. I haven't heard that. What? What if you start playing Ratatouille for Wii and put a little Link hat on the rat? That sounds bad. What's up, John? It's all a con. Someone say Twitch is a con in general. True. Nah, I like Twitch. I mainly get disappointed in their design decisions. I just get angry. Like, why did you do this? Like, I honestly, I think the layout of the site and everything was perfect, like, a year ago. And then they fucking kept changing it. Olicon? It's Otacon. You can't... Wait, why? It just won't let you do tags on your phone now? Oh boy, dude. Please stab it. Thank you. This is gonna be stressful as fuck. I'm already gonna call it. I have no idea where this cart is right now. Oh, shit! Okay, that was stressful, but it wasn't difficult like I thought it was gonna be. Alright, cool, and then that's gonna go away. Awesome, man. They put it too far down the list and the list gets hidden after a point? Oh my god. Even if you type the whole word in? Oh, it's terrible. Yo, baby. That looks good. No, it doesn't, apparently. What? What is this, blokes? What? What? Hold, okay, hold your horses. Is this a fucking swastika, by the way? I can't even see the thing behind it. View the lock. Okay, there. Now I can actually fucking see it. Nah. Yeah, it's starting to throw me for a loop. Okay. No, it's not it. Damn, this is the hardest one yet. Just fit it in, forehead. Is this a swastika, by the way? You're so close. I know, it's the worst. It's all these, like, extra pieces on it that's throwing me off. It's that, right? No, it's not that, though. Oh, it's so close! This game is so hard. I just don't know. I'm just small braining right now. Okay. Purse is a mobile gamer. Discount, do you know the solution to this? Dude, you should have seen Discount doing the slide puzzle in Wind Waker. Oh my fucking god, dude. It actually took me like 30 minutes. You know the solution? You've seen it like 3 times. What's up, Shane? What, fucking this? Because that's not it. Unless you gotta put it in like sideways or something. That's not it, Shane. This right here, it's not it. It's actually not the solution. I've had it there so many times. Not that. No, not that. Why are you coming in here and being mean, dude? fuck off. I wish there's a good way to describe it. Yeah, there's not really a way to describe it. I believe in you. The problem is that everybody in chat's like, oh, I see exactly how to do it. I got it, don't worry. There we go. We did it, boys. Easiest puzzle of my life. Dude, every other single one of those, I've turned it like this and then put it in. And it was like, oh, that was easy. Oh my god, Discount's about to bash all of his money away again. Well, not again, he won last time. First try, idiot. First try, idiot. Sorry, I'm sorry for calling you darted. It's okay, Shane, I forgive you. No, I'm honestly, I'm really bad about puzzles. What the fuck is this? What is this? Shane, how you doing tonight, buddy? Moldarak. Get fucked. Oh! Think actually just fucking was like, let me out. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get all the hearts at the beginning of the battle. Because I came in here with not that many. Alright, there's all the recovery hearts in the arena. No! Am I doing it right? No! Oh, dude, we got it. This shit's a scorpion. Beep it up, boom, bop up. Is that what you're doing, Shane? No, you're going bop, boop, beep. Oh my god! Charm, thank you for the host! Doesn't seem like it's coming up. Huh? Holy shit. Oh, we're gonna have to stab forward this whole fight? That sucks. This is hilarious. Come back up, big boy. That was really good timing. Zach in the game, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in, and thank you for the host, man. Did I really like all the bosses in this game? Sounds very painful when you hit him. Yeah, it does sound pretty painful. That was a little too easy. The first boss was the hardest boss in the game so far. The first boss was so hard. Okay. Sand toilet. I like these metal sounds. That's true, Detta. Usually the bosses are easy in Zelda games. The first boss in this game, though, is, like, actually, like, difficult. It's probably because you're not used to the motion controls and shit yet, though. Yeah, John, those are the bosses. The ball. Discount. Discount, just, everybody else used to put timers on their fucking computers and wait for it. Ridiculous. No. Stay in. Why are you climbing over it? Okay, because it's not powered, I guess. Answer my question. Wait, what'd you ask me, Germ? Hold on, I'll pull up your logs in a second. I'll go look. You don't have to repeat yourself. Yeah, so I really want to be drunk, but don't want to do all the work to get drunk. What do I do? That's a great question, Germ. I don't think there's really a good answer, though. Just take shots. This looks fucking beautiful. Speed! More! More! Yeah, do the thing. This reminds me so much of Twilight Princess. Yeah, he does, Gabe. Oh my god! No, he's back, dude! Hey! Fucking stupid. No way, dude! We get an instrument! Let's go! Oh, that's sick! It's not that good. John, don't you dare fucking start. Don't ruin my hopes and dreams. I kinda believe you, John, but I want it to be good. Lunkus. Protect Zelda.
Hey.
Turn to the old woman at the sealed grounds. Tell her what happened here. She will know where you must go. They fucking time traveling? Yeah, that gear portal's cool. Am I late? I was soft. Now I'm rock hard. Holy shit. Say you love me! They're gonna edge us the whole game, and then she's gonna kiss you on the nose at the end. It's gonna be bullshit. I want to see Link and Zelda have a full make-out sesh. Nintendo, come on. Can no longer detect Zelda's aura. Well, Breath of the Wild 2 make-out scene. Break new grounds. Breath of the Wild 2 full-on frontal. The moment the gate was destroyed, Zelda's presence disappeared from my readings. You can no longer search for her. Okay. Zelda's companion instructed you to meet with the Ancient One in the sealed grounds. This corresponds with the records in my memory. I suppose that we travel to the sealed temple. Okay, did it? It said Temple of Time here, by the way, didn't it? It's kind of cool. I like it. I just like instruments in Zelda. It's great. I have no idea what we need it for, but... Bug! Give me bug. I stepped on it and killed it! I saw its little Pikmin ghost go up. Yo, what's up, Bobo? You just beat this game again? This is my first time ever playing it, man. Temple of Time, whoa. You dumb bitch. There's power in music from a young age. It's actually so true, Nico. I remember that one time when I was in 2nd grade, I found a broken glass bottle and I thought it was diamonds, so I told the guy I found diamonds and he believed it. He told his friends and they believed it, didn't know that it was a broken... Yeah, that sounds like a childhood story, Nacer. Liking it so far? Yeah, I like it a lot. Just about to give up and go home when I heard this huge crash. I rushed back to find that the way had been cleared. I'm gonna explore inside. I have to go back to the sealed grounds soon. Okay. The sealed grounds, where exactly is that? Okay. Is the sealed grounds like in Skyloft or is it down here? Oh, I recognize this. Yo, what's up, Prodigy? Yeah, dude, stream's going great. I'm having fun. We beat a temple already, so making good progress. The sealed grounds. Farron Woods. Alright, so we have to go back to the sky. Oh, I know where that is. Cool. Da do da na 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 na. We should probably go back to Skyloft and... Dude, I have so many more things that unlocked. Ba-ba-ba-bum, boom, bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, dum, dum, da-da-da-dum. Alright, what do we got in here? I'm gonna guess that I have to have a hook shot. We still don't have... Because what? This doesn't do anything. Weren't there a few of these in the desert? Are we supposed to have a fucking hook shot by now? That does look like a big old hook shot target. Alright, so nothing we can do there. Funny times are coming? Oh no. Not yet. Alright. It sucks because I have all these things unlocked and I want to figure them all out, but... Yo. I totally just fucking ran into them. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can upgrade my sword at all. I don't think we could yet. Alright. Let's go in here. The boys. 2 hook shots? Twilight already did that.
Oh, yeah.
No sword upgrades to the shop? Okay. If I start to guess things and I'm wrong, just tell me no. Because I don't know any spoilers on this game. I can upgrade my shield, though. Which I'm totally gonna do. No, smile.
Okay.
Okay! Like, I literally don't even know what any of the items are. I just got the vacuum thing, and I was like, oh. I'm very blind to this game. You upgrade to a reinforced shield. Yeah, I that's pretty nice. I'm glad I had the stuff to actually do that. And you can upgrade your seed satchel and stuff. It's really cool. Improve its speed? See, that's awesome, man. Scatter? I don't think I want a scatter shot. How many of those do I have? 22? Tumbleweed. Alright.
Oh.
I need to spend some of my money because I just have a bunch of it. This is the... yeah, this is the bank. No. Not like my time is worth anything. Jesus. Okay, just shop stuff. Is that a bigger wallet? Oh, it's a bigger bomb bag? 5 more bombs. Gives you a reason to use your items more, right? Oh, it's literally just buying 5 bombs. Good thing I had it full, Jesus. That's a ripoff. Yep. Restores 8 hearts. And a potion powered up. Go see my husband. Oh, that's nice. Can you actually flirt with her? Yes, please. You have fun. I need some sleep. Thanks for coming in, Prodigy. I appreciate you, man. Get some good rest. I need to get some more water, baby. Cool. Yo, what do you got for me, man? Humble little side business. New ingredients to increase their power. Sure, let's see what you got. I'm more just curious what you have. Potion plus. Ah. That's pretty cool. Oh, damn, I don't think I ever did that. How do I flirt with her? Will it take something out of storage? How do I flirt with her? It's just no and yes. Just talk to her a lot.
Hi.
If I just keep saying no.
Hi.
I'd like to put stuff in your storage.
Hi.
What is this?
I.
You unlock dialogue during the game. Okay, so like not right now, but every time I come here, make sure to talk to her. Some good Rule 34 of her. I'm sure there is, Nico. Alright. Beetle, come here, baby. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Link it. Don't you mean Zelda it? Oh my god. Oh, I remember this shit's expensive. This like gives you an extra heart. Yeah, no. Yo, Marin, what's up? Zelda it? Increase the number of items you can carry by 1. Oh! No! Have you left a shop without buying anything? Yes, I have. Because I don't think I bought any of these things before. Oh, he said. Okay. Carry an extra 300. Yeah, I will buy that.
Thank you.
And this. Oh. Ooh, 1,000. I think the only other thing I'd want in here is, well, both of these are pretty nice. Bye. Oh, he doesn't say it. Actually, I might have bought something before. I don't know if I have walked out of a shop without buying anything. Does he say something? Well, no one, why I'm on a bicycle? Yeah. Aren't you a curious one? I generate electricity to keep this thing in the air. It's pretty eco-friendly. Da, 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 da. Hey, what are you? God, you're so weird. You went to Beetle's Air Shop without me? That's so unfair. Kukiel. Well, I did see her playing over by the graveyard yesterday. My mom called me home, so I left. I don't know what she did after that. Was this some side quest we took on? Yeah, in a time before gas engines. Did we have to do something with Kukiel? Really? That's fucking funny. There's a lot of small things in this game like that, huh? Try to buy something and then leave and then you'll get mad? Okay. Next time I come back, I'll try that. That's cool. If you saved and restart. Alright. It's not too big of a deal. I definitely will remember to try that, though. Graveyard. I don't even know where the graveyard is here. The graveyard. Ew. We still can't dive underwater. So, I remember there was some stuff underwater I wanted to look at here. But we still can't do that. This is kind of like the Shire. Alright, time to go over here. I heard kitten. Those things are fucking evil. Throw the cat off the island. I already did it earlier. The thing is evil. If it was a normal cat, I would love it, but... Dun, 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 dun. Oh? Why? Oh god. Why is Groose back? Rough landing. I think I might have broke something. Hey Lunkus, seriously, didn't anyone ever teach you how to land without crashing? Tiny birds? What are they? This is great. Yo, what's up, Nav? You fell. Ever since Zelda Mesh, you've been zipping in and out of town all in a hurry. That's true. I have been zipping in and out of town. So I figured I'd tell you and you might lead me to Zelda. But this is so wild. Seriously, what is that thing? And what's with all these trees? There's so many. Oh, I didn't even hear about that, Obo. Is that something that you find out later? Oh, I love Groose's theme slowed down. Is grinding a game I want to talk about? That's what's up? Gotcha. It's just theory. I mean, he's got the looks for it. Just give it to me straight, I can take it. Where are we? Is Zelda here? What's the deal with this place? There's supposed to be nothing below the clouds. If there's supposed to be nothing below the clouds, what's all this? We've been lied to, Groose. Link's just giving him sign language. Whoa. You're kind of imploding my mind right now. But I think I get what you're saying. If I've got this right, Zelda's down here somewhere and she's okay. Oh wow, that's great. Duh. Hearing that is such a huge weight off my mind. Holy shit, he's crying? This guy was a douchebag at the beginning. What's happening? You know, Lunkus, it's sort of alright down here. This place needs a name. A name fitting for this rugged, adventurous wilderness. From now on, we'll call it Grooseland. No. Character development. Yeah, but like This is weird. It happened so fast. Last time I talked to him, he was like, smell you later, Gramps. And now he's like, what? I love you. I want to make out with you. Let me see if I've got this right. The old lady living in the temple down the road from here knows where Zelda is. I see, right, Lunkus? Thanks for getting me here. You've done a great job. You can head home. Big Gruselanda. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, he is a very strange character. Big Gruselanda, the search from here. I like that. But he's like, all right, thanks for leaving me down here. You can go now. I'll track her down, save her, and give her a lift back. Then when we get back, I'll ask her if she wants to make our whole going out thing official. Then the two of us will get some quality time together. Anyway, the point is your work here is done. I got it covered from here. See, now this feels more like Groose. He was just in shock from the world. Now it's off to find that old lady you were talking about. Good luck, buddy. He's a stranger character than we've had before. If we can get Groose working, then we're good. Yeah, he was already on his knees. We're past the on the knees part. Here's the problem, Groose. I've already been around here. And I already know where to go. You gotta be kidding me, Granny! He reminds me of Biff. You're messing with me. Say it again, I dare you. I only speak the truth. You are not the one who will save her. The spirit maiden yourself can only be saved by another. It has been his fate to do this thing, and in doing so save us. As it was decided long before you were brought crying into this world. Shut it, Granny. You obviously don't know me well, because if you did, you'd know that if anyone's gonna save Zelda, it's Groose. He's Biff, but red and pompadour. Oh, did I unequip my shield when I upgraded it? Yeah, I'll have to redo that. Fucking Goose. I gotta get some water! Oh, now I get you. Granny here's been trying to tell me you're gonna be the big hero who rescues Zelda. What a joke. Look, all I've heard so far is a bunch of babbling about Destiny, but that's a load of garbage. I know you and you're no hero, Shrimp. Oh, there's Groose being an asshole again. Greetings, Lunkus. Were you able to catch up with Zelda? Yeah. Ah, so the garden was there as well. The one you saw by Zelda's sign is known as Impa. She is a being sent forth by the goddess to aid Zelda in her quest. The two have traveled somewhere in order to accomplish the great task. However, now that Impa's destroyed the gate, there's only one way left to find them. You must make use of the harp. Okay. Have you attempted to play the harp? Yeah, I gave it a few plucks. My sense is that you have not yet familiarized yourself with it. I shall teach you how to play it. Okay. Oh, I'm yawning. I'm yawning because I'm thirsty. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Let me fill my water bottle up. Yeah, what's up, Sprinkle? Yeah, guys, if you don't know what we're doing, here, I'll go on the screen for it. I'm actually playing through every main series Zelda game. So, the reason I'm going through Skyward Sword for the first time is because it's the one that me and chat decided was the next one we were going to do. We kind of go through them in a random order. I usually ask chat what they want to see next. And yeah, there's all the games we're going to play through. We've done Zelda 1, Ocarina of Time, and Wind Waker so far. Are you as thirsty as Groose, though? I don't know if it's possible, man. It's a thirsty boy. Bomb bowling don't you know, Link? Bomb bowling don't work over water. Oh my god, I was trying to figure out what you were referencing, and I'm very happy I understood. It is, well, that's the second one. I mean, 1 and 2 I kind of collectively just put in. They're some of my favorite movies ever, so I should have recognized immediately. Yo, what's up, Skull? How you doing, man? Focus on playing time with the pulsing of the circle of light. When your timing is right, I shall join. Okay. So this is kind of a weird instrument. You just kind of strum back and forth at a certain speed. Excited to see more Skyward Sword. Hell yeah, man. We got about 4 more hours of playing tonight, so. That singing was fucking fire. It's a weird ocarina, dude. Phantom Hourglass. You excited for Phantom Hourglass, Matt? Ballad of the Goddess. Cool. Oh. Teach me a song that warps me to the next temple. I'm excited to see all the Game Boy games. They are all very similar markers, but I mean, they're good. I played all the Game Boy games, but the only one I ever finished was... I think I almost finished Oracle of Ages, but I didn't. I played the shit out of Link's Awakening, but I was like 7 years old, so... Yeah, a lot of similar assets. Well, later, jerk. Why am I a jerk? What did I do? That if you're heading out later, man. Love you, dude. Seriously. The harp you hold is now known as the goddess, or is known as the goddess's harp, is a divine instrument of the goddess who once watched over this land. Oh! Melodies it brings to life have the power to produce a variety of strange and otherworldly effects. The great slab standing before you is known as the Gate of Time. Yo, this is sick! If you manage to open the gate and pass through, you'll likely end up in the same place as Zelda. You need to endure many hardships and put yourself in great danger to awaken the gate. You must endure it. It is your fate. We played Link's crossbow training on stream. I just didn't consider it part of the list. It's like some God of War music. There'll be time to explain later. Right now, you must hurry to the bottom of the pit outside. Oh! Yeah, I was wondering about that pit. It had... Like, there's nothing. Whenever I was in it last time, I was like, what is the point of this big-ass pit? Wow, Flux. Worst game you've ever played? I didn't think it was that bad. I never beat it, but... What's with all the shaking? The whole ground is heaving. I thought it was supposed to be solid down here. Check on the ceiling spike. Oh god, yeah, I remember that thing. Oh no, it's gonna be the big fucking cloud monster. Shit, man. Oh, yep, there he is. Oh my god, Marin. I hope you can disable it. I'm really praying you can disable it. Markers, Twitch is changing Twitch chat again, doing a bunch of stupid shit. Oh, this thing is weird. Everybody, you can reply to people in chat now and it puts it off to the side. It's disgusting. I hope you can just disable it, Marin. Yeah, adding people isn't enough. Now's the time for action. We must keep that beast from escaping that pit. You know how hard it's gonna be to read that as a streamer? I'm gonna miss even more messages now. I'm gonna be like, oh, my eyes are gonna just skip over threads now. I'm just gonna read the top comments. Holy shit. What is the solution? If you read it in OBS, it doesn't show? Ah, dude, I don't want to read it in OBS, though, because I have a whole chat monitor. Like, I bought a chat monitor. So you guys are like a huge... Oh, okay. I figured it out. You guys are like a whole monitor, so I can just read that. That's so stupid. Fucking Shadow the Colossus, dude? I am pissed. Yeah, please do, Marin. Gabe told me about it and I didn't even know. That's not ideal. Dude, I wondered about this big pit earlier. It's so funny. I was like, what the hell is the point of this? Oh god, I'm letting him get really far before I figured out what to do. Come on, Nintendo, rule of threes. I'm gonna go. Ah, shit. You can just chop his toes off? Oh, really? Well, if I was playing it on my own, I wouldn't know that. So, I'm gonna play it how I would if I was playing alone. Otherwise, it's like I looked it up. If I lose this, which I very well might, playing video games alone, I don't get too much anymore. Oh my god! No, dude. No, dude. That's a fun boss, though. I feel like they've never done anything like that in Zelda. Yeah, do they really have any Race Against the Clock bosses in Zelda? It goes back. Why is that thing just sealed in there? God. Oh God, hurry! I've really enjoyed playing games alone lately. Yeah, I mean, with how much I stream now, most of my games I play are on here. My days off, I don't really play games as much anymore. There are some, but... Well, they have done it in this game. Yeah, okay, Dwap. Okay, that's fun. Dude, hell yeah, Marin. Marin, I upvoted your Streets of Rage purchase. We gotta do a playthrough sometime together. I still have to do one with Nico. Shut up, Pixel. I've never played that game in my life. My Blaze simp. That's me. I love Blaze.
Oh.
Nice going, Lunkus. No, that's Rick now. True. I gotta do one with Dan, too? Shit. Though the imprisoned had only just begun to awaken and break its bonds, I'm impressed you were able to restore the seal. Fortunately, you have only succeeded in bearing us a little more time. I mean, I can do that again. It wasn't that hard. It's a horror of unspeakable power. I'd not be surprised if the seal gave away again soon. So you are left with precious little time to complete the task. Oh god, don't give me fucking Majora's Mask timer. Oh, speaking of Rick! There he is, he's awake. He's awake! Good morning, Rick. Return to the sealed temple. Alright. How's your sleep, buddy? You finally got some rest? It's fucked. It's alright. All of our schedules are fucked. As you can see, the gate is nothing more than a slab of cold stone for now. It is sleeping. I believe a shot of holy light from your skyward strike. That's kind of what I was assuming you were gonna ask. Sorry to disappoint you, boy, but for now your sword lacks the power. Why? We have to grow together? Oh, God. Oh, interesting. It hasn't cut enough bamboo! That's good. Clues to finding them, you go and play the Ballad of the Goddess. Okay. It's one whose knowledge of this old song will point you in the right direction. Who would know this song? Yeah, it does look like Journey, man. Can't confirm, have fucked my sleep since Friday. Yeah, mine's bad. I ain't even saying this, but I guess you got it all figured out, Granny. There's nothing I can do to help Zelda. I'm worthless. Raphael, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. You sell yourself short, my friend. You'll see in time that you have your own role to play in all this. Go now. Trust in fate to guide your feet. Your mission depends on it, as does Zelda's fate. It's too short to wear it as a robe, so she turned it into a hat. I mean, look, it covers her. What? Fi. The Ballad of the Goddess. Based on my projections, this is likely the song. Dude, we already figured that out. I calculated an 85% probability that that is true. 12. Can I get an exclamation point 12 in chat, please? Yo, yeah, Rick's checking Discord and shit now. I'm sorry, Rick. I got all the cool things you wanted. Rick, whenever we meet, I'll bring the book with me. Or if you end up here, then 12 has a cooldown, so don't worry, people can't spam it. And the 3 sacred flames have imbued your sword, then you can use this. Okay. Markers with the $10 bash, dude. Not 12. People can spam regular 12, true. Just the bot won't be mean. 12, okay. Oh, I see, Markers. Come on, I couldn't do a thing. I'm totally useless. Well, now I kind of feel bad for him. Where'd you go, you stupid little man? Over here. Yeah, his movement was, yeah, it was way faster. I'm just a dead weight. What kind of use is that to anyone? Hey man, having a bad night and this guy's angry, some internet shit. Fuck, dude. It's always storming there. Love you too, Kyle. Hope things get better. Do I just leave him here to be depressed, or...? Do you know the song? It's what Groose would do to you. Dude, Rick, I was like, oh, Rick would love this. Those are the 2 packages I got. Rick, we'll go through the book on like a Discord call or something. I can show you some of the pictures in it. Well, I sent a bunch, I guess, to you, but... But as soon as you sent that to me, it was like, oh, I think they were limited or something, so I was like, fuck, I'm gonna buy this. Everything cool happened so I was asleep. I felt so bad. I was like, man, I want to freak out with Rick about all this shit, but I know he's asleep. I mean, he didn't miss anything. I just got some packages in the mail, stuff I ordered like months ago. You're gonna need to make a pickaxe before you can get stone. Yeah, gross. I think he said gross. I was like, what? Groose, you're gonna spend a while punching that stone, buddy. You need a stone pick or something. All right, how do I get out of here? Isn't it like limited time, Rick, or am I crazy? Which one is that, Dwap? Fuck, man. So, is there something I have to do with Groose then? I don't think so. Okay, maybe I'm just stupid. Alright, well, we're just gonna leave Groose. I feel bad. I'm pretty sure there's a warp statue over here. Okay. Great, Goron, I have found some. Look, these butterflies that respond to beautiful tones are swarming all over this place. This could be a problem. I cannot carry a tune. Alright. I got you, big fella. Oh, shit! Boing! The Aerosmith song from the movie with the big asteroid? No. It's back! You just give me a treasure? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Rick? It's literally, I mean, all they sell is roast beef. For the most part. Butterflies tend to gather around gossip stones. If you find a spot swarming with them, play a tone and I'll just pop up. I'm curious. Yes! Oh, awesome. That's great. Alright, let's go back up. I smacked it and it didn't tell me the time. I thought maybe it would tell me the time. It just kind of squished. Wait a second though. We need to do one of them in here. Or no, we have to go back to Skyloft first. Rick, this game's getting really good now. It's starting to get some story to it. Right, Rick. Shit, dude. I'm sorry. The forbidden beef. That cutscene we just watched was so badass, dude. Okay, who do you think here would know? Zelda's dad. He's still here, right? He's fine. It's the start of the timeline, right? I took a very weird path for that. Oh yeah, shit. I need to find Cookie for her. I don't know where the graveyard is. Discount, do you have a game request? I'm trying to think if you do, Discount. If you do, what's your pick you have? No, Echo, I actually haven't. I've played the Pacifist run like 5 times, but I never finished a Genocide because I was just like, fuck, man. It hits my heart too hard. I do want to do it one day, though. Hitman Blood Money. Yeah, you just picked that recently. You're right. Did I put that on the list, right? If I didn't, I need to, because you did pick it. And you hadn't had a game on there yet. Yeah, Genocide hurts my heart a little too much. Ratatouille. I think I updated it last time. Can you do it for me? Oh my god, dude. This guy, he actually set me up for it. No. Oh, he's actually gonna make me do the genocide run. I put so much time into that game. I've never done it because I was like, dude, I don't think my heart can handle it. Shit. Alright. That's your pick, Echo. Alright. Throw it in. Fuck, that's so evil. Alright. Undertale. Genocide run. Picked by Echo. We'll throw it on the wheel. I'm gonna go make sure I put discount scheme down. Okay, I need to add it. I think because it was a sub game, so I didn't write it down because it wasn't a point redemption. I have Hitman Blood Money. H-I-J... Okay. So this would be Hitman Blood Money on the PS2, picked by our very own Discount. Yeah, I own it. I actually didn't even have it on my list for some reason. Probably because it wasn't in my stack of games, but I do own it. Alright, let me go into the wheel. Stream just chatting to avoid it. Oh, streaming Undertale? I'll never forget Marin's chat. Now, I'm probably gonna stream Undertale and just let you guys ban people. I think it'd be fun. Don't you guys want to ban people? Yeah, Echo, yeah. I knew what you had in mind. Oh, I added it on here. Okay. Undertale Echo. Okay, cool. It's on the wheel, boys. I've got to change Chameleon Twist. I gotta change it to playing because that's our next one. Oh, and then I can change Anthony's to done. Fuck yes. I forgot we finished the ring, so I can put done on that. Did I put Andrew's game is done? I did, but I told him if he wants me to 100% the Great Cave Offensive, I'll go back and do it. If he helps me. Alright. Ah, fucking... I got 5 PC games that I have on the list now. Dan said he'd give me Dead Rising if I ever land on it. So I have Dan's down as well. Tomorrow we'll be playing Chameleon Twist for Andy, and from what I saw, the long play of it was only like 2 hours long. So the next sub game is like really short. So we might be on to the next sub game pretty quick. That's gonna be a lot of bans. I'm just, yeah, moderator field day. I'm just gonna tell you guys, like, don't even give people chances. If they say anything stupid, just immediately just ban them. Will I be able to get banned? Discount, all you gotta do is tell me how to play the game constantly and tell me I'm doing everything wrong. And then, yes, I will let them ban you. Actually, no, I won't, because it's IP bans now, so I'm not banning you, Discount. John, do you act... Oh my god, John, no. Please don't actually... I don't have Ratatouille. I don't have it, so you can't request it. Yes! I just realized that. I don't have it, so you can't request it. It has to be on my games list. I would do that. You have a mod... No. I'm not doing that. I will mail it to you. I don't want it. Anthony, I also have an OPL PS2, but let's not talk about it. That list is all, like, physical games I own, because I wanted to say that, oh, I own all these games, and also, I've played all of them and beaten them now. So that was kind of the idea of that whole list, of, like, why the games that are on it. Because I was like, oh, it'd be nice if I could let my subs pick what I play through to thank them for supporting me, but also be able to play through and I've beat all my games. So it's two positives there. Then we're gonna ban like half the regulars and the mods. No, but you know what I mean. Undertale is like, if somebody comes in and they don't even, there are people that come in whenever you're playing a game and they don't even say hi, they just go, do this. And you're like, no, fuck off. Leave me alone. Triple sub game night on Wednesday? Yeah, right. We might be able to start a second one tomorrow, though. I want to give you Thrillville so you can play it. Don't I have it? You and me speedrun Blood Money? How long is the run? That actually sounds like it'd be a really fun speedrun. Hitman? Matt, thank you for the host, dude. I'll give you 10,000 bits to play the funny rat game. Oh, God, that sounds miserable. Okay, who knows the song? Do the thing. Play the game! Jesus Christ, Anthony. No, Marcus, that's not what I mean, though. I mean, like, if you've never been to the stream in your life, and the first thing, like, all your messages are just, hey, do it this way. $1.30, I think. So an hour and 30 minutes. That's a good length. I heard that Rat Patootie was a decent licensed game. Interesting. He did not follow after. Oh, of course not. Yeah, no, markers. I'm not saying, like, people you know. There are people that come into the chat and go, what are you doing? Do this. And you're like, oh, hi, nice to see you too. And then they say, like, one other thing, and then they never say anything again in your chat. It's like, wow, that was pleasant. Hey! Yeah, just check Garus's room, and the guy is gone. Yeah. What a tough guy. Please, first, I'm begging. Why do you want me to play Ratatouille?
Hi.
It could be either or, Nico. Oh, God. She's crushing. Who the fuck would know this song? My brain is too small for this. Go to the graveyard at night? Where the hell is the graveyard at, Zach? I have not found the graveyard yet. And also at night. Can you advance time? It's been daytime, like, constantly here. By sleeping? Go to your map. Okay, well, I'm gonna go sleep real quick. Headmaster Gabora. Is that my room up here? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh, wait, what? What's up? Bath? It's 22 minutes? Oh, I'd be mad interested then. I genuinely like runs that are like an hour under. An hour and under is a perfect speedrun length in my opinion. I would never do a run that's over 2 hours. It just is too long at that point for me. We're Beat Saber dancing. How long do you want to sleep? Until night. You can sleep in any bed. But look how comfy he is in his own. You've got a mixer that has your PC audio and whatever system you're on's audio to your headphones, right? My audio setup is quite complex. My game audio... Oh god. I don't even know how to explain... I don't even know how to explain my audio setup. What the fuck? Upstairs? Why does it have to be upstairs? I have it going to an upscaler, and then the upscaler, I don't have any audio in. I only have a video cord in. And then the 2 audio cords go off of a... Go into a converter that converts it to a 3.5 millimeter, and then that goes into the line in on my computer. I press listen to device on the line in on the computer. It's like, oh, it's... My audio setup is... I do not recommend. Once you have it set up, it's fine, and once you know what you're doing, but... My oh my. Alright. The sparring hall, the plaza... Oh, that is the graveyard. That's innovation. What the hell is that? Oh, this came back. No, Rick, I've seen that game and I'm not fucking playing it. Fuck that game. I hate you. Oh. We got an old, Ocarina of Time thing here, or no? Oh. Might as well collect these rupees. Okay. First says dress up in fate. No, I'm not doing any of these things, guys. Roll in the top left grave. Roll? What the fuck? Is that what we're supposed to do right now? Why is that the solution? Dan, I love you. Yeah, what is this a secret or is it the solution? Because I would have never figured this out. What the fuck? There's no way. This is for something else? Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is for that little girl. This is that side quest I was asking about. Fucking Monka S? What? Why is this happening? This is just underneath Skyloft? Why is this here? Okay. Oh goodness, I know how bad this must look to you, but I assure you I mean no harm. We're just playing the scream as loud as you can game. Luna, how you doing, by the way? Sorry, I don't even know if I said hi to you. My brain's melted right now. I hope you're doing good tonight, Luna. Isn't that a fun game? Oh dear, perhaps an explanation's in order. My name is Batro. Oh, okay. I think Marin was talking about this character. I'm a monster who resides here in this humble dwelling below Skyloft. You didn't say hi, you meanie. Sometimes I'll read things in my head and I'm like, okay, I read that. And then I'm like, oh shit, I never said hi. I'm doing okay, just doodling. Nice, dude. Nice to see you, Luna. Please allow me to correct one popular misconception. While I'm certainly a monster, I wouldn't dream of terrorizing people. This adorable little girl is the only one who didn't let loose a blood-curdling scream. She began to visit me here. I felt positively jubilant. My heart's only wish is to become friends. As you can surely imagine, it has proven quite difficult to break the ice when they're struck with paralyzing fear. This is so good. Sure you, nothing would fill my heart with joy more than to be friends with the fine people. As soon as I try to approach any of them, they run and scream. A gratitude crystal. Oh no, dude. Yeah, I'll look for him. Okay. Yeah, this guy's great. Where's the girl at? Oh. He's not a bad man. He saved me one time when I almost fell over the edge. And he lets me come here and scream as loud as I want. Anyway, he said it was dangerous to go out alone at night, so I'll just hang out here for a while. Tell my mom I'll come home in the morning. Okay. He just wants friends. The famous Beetlejuice. I ain't seen any fan art of... I've never seen that character in my life. I'm kind of glad because he's really cool. And I wouldn't have expected any of that. Your drawing tab is officially dead? It won't boot up? It is in fact dangerous to give alone. What a weird solution, that whole rolling into the thing. Yeah. There's a lot of uniqueness about this game, man. Okay, now we have to find someone here who has knowledge of shit. Which I would guess would be Zelda's dad, but where the fuck would he be? Skyward Sword. It's unique. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Pants. He just rips his pants off of you. Marin, you were the one who wanted me to meet him, right? That was gonna be my next guess. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen that character before, Marin. I love him. I thought the character you were talking about was just gonna be some guy. I didn't know it was gonna be cool like that. That was great. Alright. Zelda's room. Alright. I get it, it's nighttime. No! Hey, can I just sleep in your bed? What do you think you're doing in a girl's room at this time of the night? I need to take a bath to get out of here. I would take a bath if whoever's in there now would hurry up and get out. Who the fuck is in your bath? Oh, it's not yours. Okay, just... No! No, don't sleep for 24 hours, Link. Alright, I just slept for 24 hours in your bed, but I need to sleep again. I really like the sleeping music. Here we go. Fucking knocked. There we go. Nope, now I have to spend either $600 for a smaller version, or so I can also get a new monitor, or $800 for just the bigger version. $800 for a bigger version of the same tablet. yeah, Marin, yeah. She wasn't wrong. Can I redeem an awful drawing? Oh, God. I think we could probably do that tonight. Penis. Yo! Luna! This is so cute, dude. Dude, I haven't got Luna fan art in ages. This looks great. Thank you, Luna. That's awesome, man. He's got a beetle. Yeah, the beetle nose. That is actually like the beetle nose. I love that. Or Animal Crossing. Okay, I will draw it tonight. But I'm gonna play Zelda for a little bit longer. Because well, I'm kind of stuck right now anyway. If you redeem it, I'll do it tonight. I will do it tonight. Yeah, so I added a thing on the drawing. It says, like, please ask me if I'm down to do a drawing because I have to set my tablet. Rick, what? If you had the money for it, what tablet would you want to get right now? Well, you can't draw dicks on Twitch. That would be fucking awesome, but... About to pull an Ellen? What? No. Yeah, fuck, dude. Why are they so expensive? That sucks, because it's such a bad thing to have break down. Hot dog that has 2 eggs on it. Third, in my Discord, there's a channel called Stream Drawings. If you look in there, you can see all of my drawings I've done for people. I've been doing them for, holy shit, like 5 months now. It's like, it's right underneath art. Anthony, thank you for sending me The Ring versus The Grudge. God damn it. I was just curious what Rick was thinking about, if he was gonna get one. I wish I could fucking just L in it and buy Rick the tablet and send it to him. What if we do a Sonic marathon, guys? And raise money for Rick to get a tablet. I'm not much of a singer, just lyrics. You just want the lyrics? Oh, what a relief. You really put me on the spot there for a minute. I believe the lyrics go something like this. Oh, youth, guided by the servant of the goddess, unite earth and sky and bring light to the land. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely throw like $100 towards it. Oh, youth, show the 2 whirling sails the way to the light tower, and before you a path shall open and a heavenly song you shall hear. No, it's not the restaurant. Sonic Games. I don't know. Maybe I would actually pick games that like everybody wants to hear something. I just always think Sonic when I think of Rick. The light tower mentioned the song is a real place. I'm sure you've seen this tower in the plaza. I don't know a thing about 2 whirling sails though. Okay. 2 whirling sails. Alright, let's give me something out here. I can finally teach you Red Ninja. I'm still using the tablet you have? Fuck, dude, Pixel. Yeah, you need another one too. Buy my artist friend's new drawing tablets. Handle Theo. Okay. Who is Theo? Give me details on this. Is Theo your owl? Oh. I could come up with something good with that. I actually didn't know his name. I have a fucking sticker of the guy. Good to know. Alright, I'll draw. It's gonna be so scuffed, third. If you looked at the other ones, you'll be able to tell that they're always rough. But that's the idea. It's comedic. I don't know. I'm like worried about Rick because he has no drawing tablet. He literally has nothing. Can't fucking do art right now. That makes me like uncomfortable. I don't like that. It's cool looking through that channel and seeing how your style has evolved. That's what Rick said. Rick was like, oh my god, you've gotten so much better. And I'm like, have I? I feel like it all looks just as bad. I used to not use layers, and then I started using layers. That was pretty much the only thing that I've changed, I think. And I didn't used to color them, but then they lowered the rates of, the one of Matt I had to do really fast. Like, I did it in like 20 seconds because it was for 100K. Oh my god, Rick. No, why? Okay. I accidentally just opened Photoshop. Why is this happening? I think Rick has a mouse. You can make art with one of those? Oh my god, Duet. No. I have the money, I just don't want... okay, I see. Yeah, that's rough, dude. Smoother and straighter lines, more symmetry in designs, better proportions, etc. Yeah, we changed a few, I've changed a few things. I learned how to draw in Photoshop a little bit better. I started using layers, and I started coloring, so those are all improvements. Rick, I drew that ditto in like 5 seconds. I wanted to say something, but I don't know if it's offensive. Okay, what were we supposed to go do? There's... oh, I see it right there. I don't think offending people stopped you in the past. Well... make a gummy fun for me? No, Anthony. I do kind of want to do one of those though, like back in the day for, oh, do I do something down here? Back in the day for Quiz's birthday, like a bunch of us all put together money to get him a Switch, and like that felt awesome. It was for his birthday, but that felt cool. So you're curious about that windmill, eh? It's like you turn the, see, you can turn the windmill so that it can always catch the wind no matter which way it's blowing. There used to be this little propeller attached to the windmill so you could turn it. Thing flew off ages ago, almost dropped off the edge. God damn it, dude. Someone say Meat Boy pause chip? The windmill's been uselessly sitting there ever since. Bunch of us are doing the same for Samson. Nice, Marin. Does he know? Sorry, I'm back. I was watching Scatman's World. I can't blame you. It's 100 Gex the character. Fee? You're talking about Fee? Yeah, kinda. Nope. Oh, man. That's exciting, Marin. You don't know if I could fix the windmill if you brought back the... Okay. Now we have to go find the propeller. How could you even go looking for the propeller in the first place? Once something falls to the cloud, it's gone for good. It's not true. It does look like... Oh my god, it looks like Stallone. Hang on. Gondo at the scrap shop told me that someone in his family once used a flying robot. What the fuck? This game is just getting crazier. Every stream. Let me see if I can knock out this podcast episode before you start drawing. Good luck with your link to the past or whatever this is. Alright, dude. Sounds good. Get your podcast stuff done, baby. Home Stallone. Thank you for lurking, Third. Guile down by the scrap shop. You're reading it like that, Pixel?
Hey! Huh?
Huh? It's that old robot. Rick, I was able to delete it. I just thought it was really funny. Get in line, I've heard it before. Wait, that's not why you're here? You say you need to pick up something from below the clouds? You know what that means? You believe in my grandpa's stories. Oh, shit. Do I have one?
Ooh.
I didn't even know I had one. It just says Pokemon in lowercase. Yeah, there's a cooldown on 12, so you guys can't spam it and bully him. Oh. Gex. This reminds me of, this is like a night at blah blah blah's house. That's what you want, Anthony? Why haven't I requested Gex? Because you like me somewhat? Forgot about this robot freak. What's up, Sterl? I've got a full tank of energy. I'm ready to carry anything. This reminds me of Halloween at Rip Taylor's house. 100 Gex. Rip Taylor. Community Gex night. That sounds terrible. 100 Kex. Serving children is very low on my task priority. Tears from the windmill have yielded a signal that you may search for it with your dowsing ability. Dowsing, fun. Should I call you Mr. Spy, or are you looking for something, Mr. Spy? I understand. At your request, I will carry anything, regardless of weight or destination. Master, he's a simp. He only wants to work for me. Master Short Pants, I offer assistance. Oh my god. What's gonna be outside? I don't know why it's bothering me with that right now. Oh no! Hang on a second. You're looking well these days. If I didn't know any better, so you found the time to gather a variety of magnificent treasures. All right. What the fuck? Oh god, this is not what I wanted to do. Talking to this guy was the worst. Okay. I never want to talk to you again. God, that was actually one of the worst experiences of my life. I don't even know what Gex is. Good. It's one character under the character limit, by the way. What message? He wants to fuck your sword robot. So like Croc? No, Croc goes, yippee! Gex actually says like full on lines. Yo! Oh yeah, we gotta talk to Item Check Girl again. Chat wants me to fall in love with this girl. Gex loves his TV.
Hi.
You can come by a lot recently. You're pretty much the only one who comes by regularly. I don't suppose you can come by here just to see me, do you? Yes. What? Really? Yeah, right. You think I'm gonna fall for that old line? If it were true, that might be kind of nice. I still have a job to do. Do you have something for me to hold on to? No. What's with you? Leave me alone if you don't want anything. Wait, what did Rick ask? Thursday? Oh, Thursday, the hours, eh? Alright, that'd be Wednesday. What did Rick ask? That wasn't seizure inducing at all, right? I still don't have my shield equipped. I haven't had it equipped for so long. Boobs. Yo, Cat! What's up, dude? How are you? Always nice to see you, Cat. Wait, so how do I use the fucking guy? Steel kite gold trimmed. The volcano? Oh, why? What? None of this makes sense to me. Guys, no. No more assy art, please. Watch your step there. Here's the thing. I don't want to go somewhere just like from knowing from chat. I want to know how why am I going to the volcano? Did they say that? I am sleepy, but I am good. Good, cat. Okay, so he said to talk to the fortune teller. So maybe I'm just supposed to press where next. That's probably what we were supposed to do. Alright. Smithy, thank you for hanging out, buddy. Sleep well. Night, night, Smiths. Love you, homie. See many things. Searching for something. Gaze in your future. Mountain of fire. Okay.
Alright, guys. Today, I'm making a hot dog for my boy Purse.
No,
Little
dude!
shake.
Oh,
And I'm just gonna get going.
what?
Go.
It's
Nice.
never stream!
Go ahead. Take a bite. Bon appetit, Purse.
God. God damn it. Suze with 200 bits and Taco with 10 bits. Nice hot dog. Gross. Suze, thank you for 200 bits. You're kind of my dad once again. That's great, Anthony. Oh boy. All right. So that's what we were supposed to do. Suze, what's up? No, Suze, I refuse to do it. I refuse to say it. If you get very drunk and watch it with a game, I mean, I will absolutely do that. You know it in your heart, though. God. No. No! You just told me he has me muted. You can't even hear me yelling at him. What if I mute it, guys? He won't know. Can we just mute the alerts?
Alright, guys. Today, I'm making a hot dog for my boy Purse. Just gonna
Dan!
shake. And I'm just gonna get going. Go. It's nice. Go ahead. Take a bite. Bon appetit, Purse.
That sound haunts me. Oh my god. Plenty of this daddy to go around. Ugh. When do you stop Oz? Did I forget? Or, Pixel. Yeah, it's okay. I call him by his real name sometimes. I get really used to calling people by their usernames, but some people I don't know. I'll, like, throw in their real name in there sometimes. It's weird. I gotta use this pill on my back. Fucking kills tonight. Ugh. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's weird. Some people it just feels better saying their real name. Like I called Ghost Legion John. I've only heard you say my real name. It's because I met you through Claire, and Claire called you John, and I was like, okay, I know him as John now. Volcano Ascent? Yeah. I never said that. Lucas for weird. I don't think I can ever call Rick anything but Rick. Okay. This actually just gave me zero idea as to where it is. Even at Pure G, everyone called me Marin. See, it's just, you're so used to it. Sounds about right, Dan? That does not sound right. What do you mean? Those days were so long ago now, I know it. Everyone calls me Cat, which is kind of my real name, so yeah, it works. That's the thing that's the thing I like about my username is that it was my nickname, so people call me it and it just doesn't sound weird to me at all. Just wait till I go on horror modes and change my name. Everyone will have such a time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That you're gonna love that, I'm sure, Suze. Yeah, Marcos, yours is close too. You always be Suze to me, Suze. Are you trying to tell me Marin's real name isn't Marin? It's not. Marin's real name is not Marin. Sorry to destroy your hopes and dreams. Yeah, Rick's name is Lucas. We're all just gonna say our names now? I got you something today? Wait, what? What? What did you get me? Neeks is my true nickname? I like that. Couple people have used my real name and given me shit for something. Kind of like, yeah. Listen here, and they say your real name, and you're like, oh god. It's gonna make a joke about keep it myself because some people might not know I'm joking. Yeah, probably smart, Dan. What's my real name? Is it Zach? Hi, I'm Corey. Rick's name isn't Rick? Are you kidding me? My real name is Walt. No, it's not. Didn't even cross my mind that your name wasn't Rick. Yeah, isn't that funny? Nicola, yeah.
Alright guys, today I'm making a hot dog for my boy Purse.
Brandon, no! Why?
And I'm just gonna get going. Go. It's nice. Go ahead, take a bite. Bon appetit, Purse.
I hate that sound so much. Alright. Brandon, thank you for the 200 bits! God damn it, you guys and your dinner out of nowhere. Half the people I talk to don't know my name isn't Dan. Yeah. That one would probably throw more people off, I think. But it was over the other night and I had Princess Streamer who said, it's weird to hear people call you Balrog in third. Completely forgetting the last 16 years he's been calling me Goober. Dude, you have so many nicknames. That's hilarious. Damn, dude. That's a lot of Nicolas. Nicola. Okay, dude. Get a job. Throwing boulders all day. Ah! Frankenweenie. I hope that's real. Do it again. Oh god. If I ever knew I had to come back to this location, I would have been mad way earlier. What, Rick? What the fuck? Which one? What is it? No fucking way. Rick just casually said that. What the fuck? Really? What the, is it the new album? Or what album is it? What the fuck? I mean, I don't have any of their albums on vinyl, but I really regretted not buying the newest one. Rick, is it their... Okay, so it's their new album. No way, dude. Rick, this package that you've been teasing me with is gonna start, like, stressing me out. Because now I know that that's gonna be with it. These are the worst enemies ever, dude. Oh, it's a CD. Oh, I mean, that's still sick. I can put it in my car. Why did I assume it was vinyl? Did you say record? Oh, you said album. I don't know why I assumed it was vinyl. No, that's fucking awesome. Thank you, Rick. That's great. Yeah, I fucking actually love having CDs in my car. I keep a few in there. I've had the Twilight Princess soundtrack in my car's fucking disc drive for like a year and a half. So I need another CD. Not everything stresses me out. Stresses me out about a gift. Well, Rick keeps saying that he's like, I'm putting more stuff together for your gift. But he's been doing it for like 2 months, and I'm like, what the fuck are you all sending me? Big Weenie? I don't think I know that one. Oh, I know exactly where this is. I knew it, because there wasn't like shit down here before. Oh, it's right there. Oh, where is it? Yes. I think the Target bag is in my mom's room, or I'd send a picture. Don't send me a picture. I'll just see it whenever you send it to me. Dude, that was super nice of you, Rick. That's awesome. I really like the album too, so. With Brexit, I've gotten kind of fucked with some shit. Wait, what, Suze? You're a citizen in 3 countries. No way. Do you have an email address you don't mind sharing on stream? Yeah, I guess I don't have it anywhere, do I? There's my email. I check it like every day. I'll be waiting for you up in the sky, so don't take too long. Alright, we got one of the propellers. Big moves. We can't just warp back, can we? I mean, we can run back up this, and there's one close. It's bedtime for me, boys. Good night. Good night, Anthony. I love you, man. Thank you so much for hanging out, as always. Much love, buddy. Get some sleep. Some person emails like, hey, stream, remember that time when you said hi to me? I'm offended. Please apologize. Sending my email was a mistake. I'm gonna get a fucking email from Pixel. It's gonna be like, you see that new Joker movie? P good, lol. Oh, look at this, little robot man. He's flying with me. FYI, Peter's wearing a dress right now. Oh my fucking god. Now I'm gonna have to go look at that. What? I wish I had a little robot friend. Me too. Look at this cute little guy. Feel free to call. How did you call when I was just... fucking knew it. Because I know you. I fucking knew it. I absolutely knew it. You have to ask him to show it off. I'm just like, I'll get in the middle of a quest on Zelda, and somebody in chat will be like, hey, we should do this real quick, and then I'm like, hold on. I have to finish this first.
Hey!
Pixel is like in the middle of typing it. I think you have ESPN? What? Where are we supposed to stop this? What does that mean? I think everyone laughed at in 2012? No, what the fuck is that? I feel out of the loop right now. What do I have to do to get this thing fucking going? Claimed reception of information not gained through the recognized... What? What is that? I still don't get it. I'm too small brain for that. Do I want to put it like over this or something? Okay. Yeah, I feel you, Rick. Know things with your brain without being able to see. What? Why do you think I have? Oh, because of the pixel thing. Yeah, but see, my brain is also fucking mush, and I didn't even know what you were talking about. Yeah, cat, definitely. I definitely have that. That's a funny joke, guys. I'll be here all night. ESP. I had like nice photo paper and ink, yeah, if it wasn't for it, yeah, I feel you. Oh, good, this propeller isn't gone. Pixel, did I actually? Pixel, I hate these clips. They always make me feel so bad because like the one thing I'm most self-conscious about is making sure I don't have dead air. Pixel did this last week too. He's like, I think that's the longest you've ever gone without speaking on stream. And I was like, yeah, I usually try to fill all the dead air. I treat my streaming commentary like it's a YouTube video. But it's like 6 hours of it every night, so... Pixel did that last week and I was like, no. I know, I think it's funny, Pixel. Dead air happens. What's up, Sleep Eater? I know it does. Reflect and eat some Velveeta. I'm a radio host. I mean, I usually fill in all my dead air voids with just dumb bullshit, but at least it's not dead air, right? Twilight Mirror Pug. Something important in Pick Boys? Is it someone peeing in something again, like you sent me last time? The piss jars all over the room? Keep me and catch up on your stream and missing it. That's okay, Sleep Eater. Nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing good. I'm always friggin' streaming. It's impossible to catch me all the time, man. Okay. Harp time. No, I DM'd that. Okay. Fun fact, my dad used to have a radio show. That's kind of cool, dude. That is a fun fact. They're a little rough. Both? That's a good answer. Put them in the quesadilla. Clean my room, dude. It's kind of nice getting it clean once in a while. I need to clean my apartment. It's pretty messy right now. She looks scared. She's singing. I didn't even look at her. All right. Let's fucking do it, boys. Okay, well, you didn't put your arms out like normal. Stream cleaning your place? No, I'm embarrassed about how messy it is. Why'd you shoot a laser at the Coom wall? We had to break through it. It was too much. Check the pics. Oh, hold on. This game is keeping my curiosity right now. I need to know what's behind this. Oh, mukbang? Zach, thank you for the hydrate. I gotta get some more water for you boys. Do a mukbang. Actually, I could never do that. I'm very uncomfortable eating around people. Like, not if I went to a restaurant with people, but like if I'm just eating and people are watching me eat, I hate it. I cannot stand it. I don't know how people do that shit. I can't just eat. I can't eat on stream. Like, you can ask chat. Chat has been like, just get something to eat, and I'm like, no. I'm like, I'll just end stream. I'm gonna watch you eat. Don't, cat. It's gonna freak me out. Streamer, did you see what I said? Yo, streamer, did you see my message? I don't mind it because I'm a fat fuck. That's why I don't like people watching me eat. Let people make donos to pick the foods? Oh god. Game Pokemon. What's up, Shade? How do I host? Hey, Street Rat. Oh my god, dude! Yo, this is fucking epic. Oh my god, I don't like those! I really don't like those. I fucking hate bugs. Imagine VCing with Purse. Do you want to, cat? What? Okay. We made it. What the fuck is this place? I don't know. The baby mop and cat wigs? What the fuck are those? Oreo bag. Do you think they're going back in the pantry? No. Yes, talk to me. Kat, we wanted to have you on for whenever we do another Illustrators Anonymous. We want to have you be one of the guests. Don't know $100 at Purse has to take Jack in the Box and spend every penny. Oh my god. Join my server VC right now. We'll all hop in. Oh god, right now? I have good computer internet now. Yeah, dude. I remember last time I asked you, you're like, my internet don't work and I have laptop. And I was like, shit. So we could definitely do it. Oh no, Shane. Diesel, what's up, baby? Right now, this second! People are asking so much of me. Wow, thanks, Dan. Love that picture. Oh my god, Pixel, I thought you just said that in my general chat instead of DM. I was like, what the fuck are you talking? Why are you saying this? Oh my god! Oh, okay, I thought that was something more important. It wasn't. Something fell under my desk. Is that just me jumping into the clouds? Let's fucking do it, boys! Okay, well, you didn't put your arms out like normal. That's a good clip. The Isle of Songs. Just push it, forehead. What is all this shit? Oh, this looks miserable. This is gonna be like a huge fucking puzzle. Maybe. Maybe it's literally just that. Maybe it's just that? No, no, no. It's one more. It's one more. No, it's not. Fuck. That was a sound? Streamer, please notice me. Cool Guy 12 streaming Pokemon. What is that, dude? Cool Guy 12? which allows you to... Okay. To the Great Tower, so it'd be to that. What is this thing? Oh, no, dude. My brain is not big enough for this. No, dude, I'm not ready for this shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought I had it. Dude, that puzzle in Twilight Princess is legit like one of my least favorite puzzles in the entire series. I fucking despise that puzzle. The one where you have to jump the statues. Floating stone wheel go wee. Okay, so we need these to just all match up, basically. Okay. Okay, I figured it out. No, I didn't. That's the wrong one. We need to hit it to where... Yeah. Like that. I bet it needs to be a head, doesn't it? Oh boy. Oh wait, we could push it. Wait, can you pull it? You have to push it. Fuck! Okay. Well, we could have it sit there and then push it all the way around. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna add way more steps to this than needed. I know that, guys. Trust me. Okay. Is there one that adds a block right there? Okay, this'll even that out. Fuck, I saw it. I saw the solution. This will push this back one. So then, now we just need to push that one back one. Alright, I think I just got it. Perfect. don't think this leads anywhere. I was just checking because this is where this originally was. I thought maybe there was an island there. Okay. I saw Rick say I made a quesadilla, but, and I stopped reading because I don't want to know. I don't know that I want to know, guys. And there we go, puzzle solved. That's actually a good puzzle. The one in Twilight Princess is way harder. I still hate that puzzle. Alright. Bird statue. Save. I'm gonna get some more water. It's just a Dilla. Oh, God. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Sorry, dude. Whenever a puzzle pops up, it's hard. I'm a degenerate. I don't speak English properly. No, Cat, don't say that. Boise did it. I figured it out. It wasn't so bad. I spent more time fucking spinning that little piece. Skilladilla. Steven. Okay, I kind of have to pee too, so I'm gonna pee and get more water, and I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's figure out what the hell is down here. Is there anything I'm missing? Is there anything I was supposed to do? I feel like there's something I was supposed to do and I'm forgetting. Okay. He's doing it of bullying me again. Rick, maybe you shouldn't just... Maybe you should just not say your weird foods that you make in chat. They won't bully you. I have important information. When you struck the crest with a skyward strike. Okay. It's the same thing as all the other ones. You mean keeping up with this discussion? I'm trying not to. Please invite me to PursCon. Cat, thank you for the 15 bits. If PursCon ever happens, you would very much be invited, Cat. Of course. COVID isn't helping. Wyatt, how's your day going, buddy? What have you been up to? Vegemite is the best. Guess where I'm from? Okay, well, only a Swedish person would say that. Sacred flames are 3 in number. To obtain them, you must also earn the relics. Oh boy. Should be blessed with one of the gifts. Make use of the power of these gifts and you'll find your way to the purifying sacred flames. Oh boy. Oh, Vegemite. Whenever I fucking heard that, I thought Surströmming. They're both gross. Shut up, Dan. They're both gross foods that Americans don't like. How dare. A Vegemite sandwich. Ferror's courage. Oh shit. Nice. So are these the dungeons now? There's more in Farron Woods? Jeez, man. Warm jelly? Are you eating? Oh, yeah. Ew. It's so offensive. But a tiny amount of Vegemite on it. I've never had it personally, so... Open Surströmming in your apartment? No, because it fucking sprays. What system did this game come out on? I only know about like 2 Zelda games. This is on the Wii. And honestly, it needs like an HD upgrade because like the standard definition is really showing. Unfortunately. Could I have warped with that bird statue? How do you can't even play different songs. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Shit, he knows too much. Alright. No. OT and Breath of the Wild? 2 really good games, Suze. I thought it was my resolution. No, this is actually just what the Wii looks like. If you look at my... Well, I don't know. I need to get a new webcam, too, because my webcam sucks. Oh! That just reminded me. Thank you for unintentionally doing that, Suze. Dan. Can you check if your store ever gets in a Logitech Brio? They are backordered everywhere. Within, like, within 2 hours a year. That's the one. Brochet? What? Oh, brioche? No! Logitech Brio. It's their, like... It's their better webcam above the C920. Twice it... Whoa, dude, that'd be a weird year. Spell it, please. B-R-I-O. Thank you, Diesel. Logitech bread. Your store probably doesn't have it because as soon as quarantine started, every fucking business of all time bought thousands of them and they've been out of stock everywhere. You can buy it on Amazon and guess what? They're $260. They normally are $200. I don't feel like spending $60 just because they're out of, like, they're hard to find. So I figured, I was like, maybe I should ask Dan. I immediately thought of you. That is the one. Yep. Yeah, it should be 200 even. That's the one. Can you see if your store has that or if you can find one anywhere? Because I'm thinking about upgrading to it. Because this webcam is starting to die out, actually. Like, the lighting on it is starting to get fucked. Like, it gives me a different result every day. And, I don't know. I think that's the last thing I really want to upgrade on my stream, and then my stream's going to be, like, everything I want from it. I've wanted that camera for a long time, but... You went from Majora's Mask to Breath of the Wild? Well, that's crazy. How the fuck do I get out of here, by the way? No, you do not, Dan. No fucking way. I would pay the shipping and fucking tip you on that. I will give you the other $64. See if you can, see if your store has it though, because they're on back order everywhere, so. You've got an important email. I will check it. Does this look any different than this? Yeah, it does. We pink now. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Now we are. There's like an actual, see, like, it looks purplish, but this is like the brighter one. I don't remember if you listened to Glass Animals before. I saw that they released a new album, Cat, and I was like, shit. I wanted to listen to that band, and I never did. Oh, now there's a hole here. I didn't even see it. Okay, so we just need to leave now. Don't give the dog food. He's giving me the side eyes. This art style stupid. I'll give you the tip, huh? Wind Waker, I've told the story about that game a lot. I got stuck on it really early, so it's sold out. That's what I figured. Company-wide, yeah. That's what I figured. I really don't want to bite the bullet and spend $60 more just because fucking a bunch of people are buying them. It's so stupid. Yeah, Diesel, the GameCube version of Wind Waker still looks beautiful, but the HD version is really nice looking. But I do agree that game did hold up. It held up really well. We already played it through on stream. The thing about it is, Dan, is if I'm gonna upgrade it, I'm just gonna go all out and then I don't have to buy another one, you know? Because what if I get that one and then in the future I'm like, oh, I kind of just want the Brio. Then it's just wasted money, so. What? What is on this island? I mean, that's fine. Well, that's what I'm saying, is I think I'm pretty set on just wanting the high-end cam from them, but $260, man. Whenever it's supposed to only be $200. It's just really stupid. Like, they're available on Amazon, you just have to pay that extra $60 for availability, basically. If there's shit you're gonna want for stream, I put my 2 weeks in for work, so fucking... Wait, you did, Dan? Yo, that's awesome. That's really the only thing I was wondering about. You know what I just realized? We never bought the fucking light bulbs. Reboot gave us money for them. We need to buy the light bulbs. I just realized that. Thank you for reminding me. I looked over and I was like, wait a second. Reboot literally donated so we could get the better lights. We wanted to get better lighting for the stream cameras. The problem is my camera also fucking sucks. I need the new camera that can pick them up. Getting that badge then quitting, yeah. That's hilarious. Twilight Princess was on... I recommend the GameCube version. Or the Wii U one, but, like, I don't know a lot of people that have Wii U's. The Wii U version's really, really good. What was the point of this island? He works in like the tech department of a Best Buy. Alright, well, this place didn't have anything yet. John said, okay. Radio Shack. Rick, those don't exist anymore? I don't know if you heard. Oh yeah, see that sucks, Marcos. Yeah, we should just do that. I should order them from you. And you don't have to buy like that hub to use them and shit, right? Because I know some of those have that. Professional streamers talking about your lights. Well, I have these ones all strung up and I just feel like I don't want them covering my whole apartment. I just want the lights on the wall behind me. So I'll buy a lamp and then I'll point it at the wall behind me. That's all I want lit up. It's the wall. So, do you have a Google Home? I have an Alexa. Don't listen to me. Alright. Oh, there you go, Suze. Yeah, if you have a GameCube at the ready, just play it on GameCube. Twilight Princess is awesome. It's like, it almost feels, a lot of the game feels like a love letter to Ocarina of Time, Suze. It's really, really good. Yeah, you can find new wires pretty easily. I don't want to use your discount if you don't offer. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, you're always offering it to me. Anytime I say I'm gonna buy something, you're like, dude. Y'all remember Circuit City? I do. I don't know where the fuck we're supposed to go. I'd feel bad. Because he's a bitch. Wow, dude. Despite my objections, I'm gonna make that her tax. Bring me a GameCube. Dude, good call though, Suze. I wish I could send you like my copy and everything. Wait, what does this say? Trial gate. Alright. Alright, we already got signs of something. That's the entrance to it, so it would be in here. Okay. Yeah, hopefully, Suze. God damn it, dude, you really have to go on the rope. Why can't they just port all the HDs to Switch? I don't know, man. It's bullshit. Aw, Suze! Ah, Suze saw the... God damn it. Suze can't stand the non-subs, dude. Oh my god. Suze! Thank you for gifting a sub to Zach in the game. Zach, enjoy your emotes and no more ads on my channel. Thank you, Suze. Love you. Da na 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 na. Uh-oh, it's gotta be in here. Stinky. Full sub chat. I'll daddy everyone. Oh my god. One of us. Oh! Two to go. I think we've only found one piece of heart so far in this game. Unless we completed a heart, I can't remember. Oh yeah, I think we've completed one. Because you start the game with 6. Oh my god, that hiccup hurt. Oh, that was so weird. Who? Where do we go? Ooh, I definitely want that. A hurt cup. You start with 5? Do you? I thought we started with 6. Dude, I don't even know anymore. How do you fucking get to that? Not that way. Oh, shit. Oh, is it these things? Oh, no, I thought that was a hole in the ground. Dude, Markers, you know how many times I've tried doing that with the sailcloth? Dude, no, literally, that's just how the harp is in this game. It sounds like shit. And then he plays it perfect. Oh god, that does look a little scary. Yes, Suze. Yeah, I see why now, John. Sark, dude, with the raid. Oh my god. Yo, you were playing Cave Story. Nice. Sark, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing, brother? Gino Cat, welcome in, guys. What's going on, Sark? How you doing, man? Dude, we have gotten to this point in Twilight Princess. We beat a dungeon today, but now we're on this part that's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Game is getting weirder. Ready sword. I'm still enjoying it though. Oh god, what is happening? Oh dude, so much motion controls. Sark, thank you so much, man. Everybody coming to the Sark, I hope you're having a good night. Thank you for coming in. As expected, I cannot follow you into this realm, for this trial calls out to your mind alone. The Silent Realms. Oh no. Yo, what's up, Jared? Sark is selling underwear with his face on it. You should totally buy a pair. I'm trying to figure out if I'm comfortable with that. Oh my god, we died. So we're actually doing like a Master Sword quest right now. It's very weird. Oh no, Markers. No! No, not my least favorite part of Twilight Princess, dude. Oh. They brought it back. I hated this part of Twilight. No, dude. Oh my god. I don't want it. Do we have to attack it, or can we just pick it up? If we just pick it up, that's not so bad. It's a trial for a good reason. If you take even a single step outside of it you stand in, the guardians will pursue you. Oh god. I'm getting a new desk soon. I'll finally be able to use my computer comfortably. Nice, dude. Freaking PorkChamp, dude. PorkChamp saw the spirit vessel and he gave it a big ol'... He didn't like it. You must collect the tears scattered throughout this area and fill the spirit vessel without being hit by an attack. I got it. When are we playing VR together? Dude, I want to so bad. I was trying to plan another night where I could play more VR with people. I just got back the other night. I was gone for a weekend and out of town and stuff like that. But, Gino, I definitely want to. Does Elite Dangerous have any multiplayer stuff in it? I don't even remember. Hey, you doing, PorkChamp? What's up, man? Alright, so do I have to follow this, or what? Because it said if I go out of it, then I... Oh, and that makes a new one. This is terrifying. Oh god, oh god, oh god! A light fruit, oh, nice. Why are you making fun of me? Isn't it like pretty much all multiplayer? It's an MMO light? Okay, that's what I thought. Well, I mean, like, how easy is it for us to play together is what I mean, I guess, Gino. Because I haven't played it yet. The unusual liquid substance is known as walking water. Oh, waking water. What the fuck? This sucks. I immediately stepped in it. I'm not doing that again because there's a guardian right next to that. I kind of don't mind this now that I see how they have it set up. And these light fruits definitely make it better. Link. Oh god. Link, I am holding it straight up. Oh my god. But does it have Fall Guys? You can wing up and do missions within the first hour? Oh, that's awesome. Tickle My Booty Open Play. I like that name. What's the point of this? Okay. It auto moves you, so you actually have to move it back and forth? I don't think it does auto move you, Dan. Because I think you can walk backwards. Oh no! The game just made like an echo sound as soon as I said, oh no, and it sounded like my vocals echoed. That was really weird. I don't know if it sounded like that to you guys. Oh, interesting. He's listening. Oh, I see. Cool. All right. All right, only a few more. We gotta kind of hurry though and find them. This place is freaky. It is a little freaky. He's always listening. "90 seconds is a damn long time to find another one of these, though. Alright. Do I see another one over here? No. Okay, there's some up here. Whew. Alright, the last one's over there. Alright. First try run. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Now we just have to go back? Yeah. So you can prove that you've done it. Just wait till you can't find the last one? Yeah. Thankfully that didn't happen. This area is way more easy to traverse than some of the other ones would be, though. Minecraft beacon. Alright. That was much better than finding the bugs in Twilight. Yo, Abby, what's up, man? Dude, I completed my Pokédex last night. Ooh. Ooh, yes, dude. Alright, there's something I immediately want to do in Skyloft with that. Fuck yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna start shiny hunting soon. But I just don't know what. Gotta catch them all, dude. Damn, I didn't think I was actually gonna get anything from that. I thought we had to do 1 out of 3. Oh, proceed to the location of the first sacred flame. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a gift from that. Great spirit of the water dragon. Oh yeah, absolutely, Abby. I hunted 1 shiny, but I did it pre-shiny charm, and ew. I actually got pretty lucky, though. We got it in, what, like 1,500? But it's nice, because you just get to talk to chat and listen to music. The On Edge, baby. Wow, Frank. Okay, dude. What's up, Frank? What are you doing? The flame you seek is somewhere within these woods. I must conclude that this flame is likely in a part of the area you have not explored. Yeah, I figured. Gabe's crabby? He's crabby. Break time? Nice, dude. Choo! You can swim through the water. Yeah, I heard. Okay. I honestly didn't know what areas had water that I couldn't get to before here. But I'll go look. It's the just chatting of gaming. You're still playing a game, it's just really mindless. and takes forever, so... It's great. Oh, I thought you were saying that Gabe was crabby. I was like, what? He's at work right now. Or no, he's asleep. He's not at work. Of course you would. Jesus. You have a favorite Zelda not including the N64 ones? Not including the N64 ones. I really like Twilight Princess, and Minish Cap is my favorite 2D Zelda. I love Minish Cap. Alright, is there somewhere we couldn't go? There's water. I found water. It was scary as hell as a kid when... Oh, the Redeads? Yeah, they're scary, dude. Redeads freak everyone out. A lot of people would agree with you on that, Abby. Don't worry. Alright, where are you thinking whenever you said that? Oh, there's what? Is that water? Or is that the building? No, that's a big tree. See, that's like the only water in here. How do you like this game? I like it a lot, Frank. The motion controls can be a bitch, but I do like it a lot. I'm done with 3 and I've used it like 70 times today. Yeah, I'm really liking it, Frank. Wait, though. No. What? Where would there be water that we couldn't get before? Someone once told you this game was awesome. I mean, I like it. I didn't know what to... I don't know. Like I said, I had only played the first dungeon of it before, so getting further into it now, it's good. Husk of a man that paralyzes you with its scream and humps you to death? Definitely not traumatizing. Right. Definitely not, dude. Who would have guessed? There we go. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The motion control swimming. Let's see. That's a very blue bubble. Duh. Come finish my shit for me? No, thank you. No, thank you, Frank. I do hope that it goes fast, though. Oh, God. Inside the great tree. I'll be right over just in time for your shift to finish. Yeah, then you guys can just hang out. I don't know what I just did that made that sound. Oh. Can I go up there and get stuff? It looks like it. But there's also just this door right here. Alright, give me some speed. That's not very speedy. Oh my god, dude. These guys are the absolute worst. Shove him into a wall and he'll explode. There we go. Okay. I'll pay ya. Sark, you can have my tomorrow shift. How much more are you streaming for? A little over an hour left. Purse. What? Frank. What do you need, buddy? God dang it. Fucking chords, man. You need to play Symphony of the Night soon? It's a sub-game pick that I have. I think it's Barley's. Barley picked it. Actually, I don't think it is. I know it is. So I will get around to it one day. I've played a very, very small bit of Symphony of the Night, and it was really cool. I like it. It's on the PS1, but they might have ported it to Game Boy? Maybe? There's a lot of fucking Castlevania games on the Game Boy that are like really similar, but maybe like, I don't know, there's one called like Harmony of Despair. There's a bunch of them. I've heard the GBA ones are really good. Yeah, the only Castlevania I've played all the way through and beaten is Castlevania 1. And it was like when I was like 18 or something. I don't like the sound that this thing is making. Yeah, there's a few on the GBA, Rick, so they look a lot like Symphony of the Night, but simpler. It's on Sega Saturn, too. I don't even know what the hell the Sega Saturn is like. I've never seen a Sega Saturn before. God. That was quite a way to get through that. I was gonna fight him, but don't forget you have a drawing in the queue. I'll do it at the end of the stream. He said I could just send it to him, so. Neither has Sega. They've never seen one either. It's like a PS1 Plus. What does the controller look like? God, you guys are the absolute worst. Oh, he missed it! God, this sound is terrible. What is making that sound? I hate this sound. What are you? Why would they give you this option? You're gonna 200% soon? That doesn't surprise me, Frank. It doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, Dan. That'll do it. It's okay, I say the same thing. Genesis was a Sega cartridge console, right? Yes. I had a Genesis. I have a Genesis. What are you? A quote to live by. What is this, Rick? Oh, it's just a Genesis controller. Do they not have any 3D games on the Saturn? Or do you just have to use a D-pad? The man's Sega Saturn controller? Oh my god. Oh my, I've never seen one of those. I've just like, we only had a Genesis and that was it for Sega. I have a Dreamcast now. Oh my god. Kill this thing. You've reached the top of the tree. Yeah, I also hear something really annoying. Master, kill that thing. Oh, it's a snore? Sorry, buddy. Was it? I'm napping. A real life human. I haven't seen one of you in a while. You used to call me Yerbil. I'm just the old Kiwi hermit. I watch over this forest here, but I'm not napping. I don't know how you wandered all the way up here, but let me ask you something. Can you really see me? Yes. Is that so? Well, then slap yourself on the back. Some Kiwis can't even see me these days. But forget all that nonsense. Tell me, what business does a real life human have in these woods? A flame. You're out questing for a flame to enhance your sword, so that you can find someone important to you, eh? How about that? A human who can see me and seeks a great flame. Yeah, the little, they're called Kiwis, but they're basically the Koroks of this game. Oh, really, Dwap? Why? That's so weird. You're the only one playing Skyward Sword? That doesn't surprise me, especially at 1 AM CST. Alright. Yerbil. It's like, it'd be, Yerbil the Kiwi. Kiwis are what they are. Central Time Bros. Alright, I'll tell you, but remember, it's a secret to everybody. God damn it. The flame that you seek is most likely Farore's flame. That story begins long ago when the goddess was still with us. Best Skyward Sword streamer on the platform? Abby, you're too nice. I don't have much competition. The way I hear it is she left the flame in the care of the water dragons, so that one day the mighty dragon could pass it on to the one from the sky. Kiwi Games? No. It's like Kiwi with a K in the middle. Almost no competition. Well, that settles that. You must seek out the mighty water dragon. I knew that door had something to do with it. Okay, how do I open it? I'll let you in on the trick. Play the song near it. The only way you'll know what it looks like is to find that same complete symbol somewhere else in these woods. Okay. It's down the south, so it's likely there's a matching symbol somewhere up north. Try searching near this. Okay. Is all this seeping into your head, lad? Yeah. Hello, games of God. Oh, wait up. Forgot to mention this earlier, but it's important. Her Excellence, the Water Dragon, is very persnickety about manners. What's persnickety mean? Yeah, the place I found that they were like, no. So I already knew where to go. Night Twap, thanks for hanging out, dude. Picky? Okay, it just means picky. Blurple. So changing it from this to darker. It's basically all it is. There you go, Rick. Ba-na-na-na. Holy shit. Ow. Leave me alone. Okay, we're going the opposite way. Now I see where we are. Alright. Just get me away from the bats and everything else, please. Alright, we're here. In between purple and blue. Blurple. I guess this would be the closest thing. Na, 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 na. Let's save here. Where would this symbol be? Said to search around. Oh, well, that was pretty easy. Memorize its shape. Yeah, I recognize the hell out of it. It's an Ocarina of Time, of course I remember it. Okay, so what about it now? Interesting. How's your day, Pierce? I didn't ask you yet. My day was good. I mean, I slept in a lot of the day again, and then, I don't know. I didn't do a whole lot before stream. I basically just watched Gabe stream, and then I streamed myself, so my day was alright. My voice came back today, so that was good. Much more talkative and not all scratchy tonight, so that made my day better from the get-go. Okay, so it's missing the circle. Do it again. Fuck you. Oh. That's pretty cool. How the hell do you do that? What? What does it want me to do? Hello? Do I have to actually hit it? No. Huh. So in fact, the sky was right. Charge your sword while standing in front of the gate and use this energy to draw the missing portion. Oh. That was weird. I already did that. What if it looked like that, dude? Oh, great. Fantastic. Well, dude, I could have done that without all that dialogue and stuff. It's a beautiful symbol. Everything's perfect except for that circle on there. That's a big ass dive, dude. Ooh, new track? Lake Floria. Oh, damn, dude. There's so much left of this map. Holy crap. Oh, no! Well, I guess this is the way we're going. Damn, this is like super beautiful though. I just have to avoid eye contact and back away slowly. Get back here. This is actually a really funny way to do this. Quit following me. If you don't move along, you'll be forced to tell our excellence, the water dragon, about your little incursion. Good. No, don't make me do that. There's no way you're gonna be able to follow me now. What are you gonna do? Cry? Piss your pants, maybe? Go ahead and try. Alright. Okay, you're probably right. I don't think I can get through that. Oh, yeah. How's it even possible? Stick bug. What are you talking about, stink bug? The missing Beastmaster. Oh my god, Marcus, I love that picture. Speeder came in here with a gang of monsters and went right after her. Got some interesting. Oh no. I accidentally muted the stream and I was like, where did he go? Oh no. I'm still here, Cat, don't worry. She says we don't have enough special. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I'll help her. Stinky keyboard shortcuts. They're convenient when you want to use them. That's weird. I was expecting to meet up with my friend here, and the path is blocked with a huge boulder. Lovely. Now what do we do? I'm gonna... Oh, I know exactly what we're gonna do. Well, I was gonna spin it, but... Oh, yeah, you're good. You're here. Don't eat me. I won't eat you. What? You don't want to gobble me up? Oh, that's early. I've been hiding here for a while. Oh, great. Underwater boss. I love this. You just bonk into them. Alright, so you have to, like, speed swim into them. Oh my god, this actually sucks. Hit it! No! Is this what you're supposed to do? Oh my god, I have no idea if I'm doing the right thing. I mean, it worked, but it was not easy. Is this also a boulder down here? Oh no, there's one. Alright. Oh, there's more. Oh my god, underwater sections. What is this? Oh, stick! You kept saying... Did you say stink bugged? No, you said stick. I was reading it as stink every time. I was like, what are you talking about, stink bug? Yo, I can't get through that. Humans and your bones. Talk about inconvenient. Yeah, it's a little inconvenient. I know exactly how they want me to do it, though. We're about to actually just dolphin this bitch, aren't we? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm gonna go now. See ya, Zach. Thanks for hanging out, man. Good night. Oh my god. I don't think the game tells you this, but the character's name is Jelly F. Jaleef. Jelly F. Wiz Jalifa. Ow. I can't get in there either. I forget that the nunchuck has motion controls. That's why it was so hard for me, because I was using the Wiimote to shake. I'm gonna have to ban you for that. Wow, dude. He really didn't like Wiz Jalifa. Controls at it again. No, I just like, I was shaking both. Yeah, that's way easier. Like, I was trying to aim, but shake at the same, okay. Watch out, they're mean as they come. It looks pretty terrible. Okay. That was very easy. Wow, sure knows how to pick them. You did great. I thought that was gonna be a mini boss. Well. How do we get past this? Can you do it? Diesel, I hate this. Look, everyone! My Vinky was a key! Balls, nuts even. Please, come in. Okay. Yeah, I kind of liked that. That section wasn't so bad. It's not over yet. But I'm gonna assume this is like a hub. Yeah. This is like a Zora's Domain type deal. Oh my god! Ah, you there, human! You've intruded into my home, a sacred place few are permitted to enter. There's no place for one such as you, and yet here you stand. I'm lost. Water dragon? I am. Those with mares address me as Farron. No. No, Farron, this is not what you look like. Farron, this is not what you look like. I was appointed by the goddess herself? Okay, so this is like a... This like is not actually Farron. Okay, my current stature is less than intimidating. Shall we say, know that you stand in the presence of a loyal servant of the goddess. Okay. But I live locked behind a water section. Okay, so this isn't what Farron actually looks like. Sacred gifts such as that can only be carried by the goddess's chosen hero. So this is a servant, but their name is the servant goes by Farron. Oh. Wiggle. This is hentai Farron. Yes, that cackling old hermit Kikui. But I digress. Of course. I knew it. I'll be straight with you, a shrimpy boy like you hardly looks like the part. Okay. Gear him. Oh no. I was wounded? I've been forced to recuperate. Oh, okay. The healing properties of sacred water have diminished. I am now in need of another dose. Bring me the container of fresh sacred water. Do me this favor and I'll gladly show you where the fire is. God damn it. I was wondering what the fucking big jar was. No, we have to look for this water. The sacred water. Master, you do not have a container suitable. Please prepare a vessel for this purpose. Are you fucking kidding me? Water. If you continue down this way, you'll find an exit back to the woods. Oh, I know exactly where that sacred water is. We were already in that, like, pool of it. Alright, fuck me, I guess. I really like this area. This is definitely one of my favorite looking areas so far in the game. This is really pretty and the music's good. I like the look of water areas. It just usually the puzzles in them suck. Look at this. This is fucking cool looking. Water. Does Suze say it like that? The sacred water. Some water. Alright. Oh, unless it's just back here. I doubt that, though. No, this isn't sacred water. The secret flame's behind there, isn't it? Why can't this be the water you need? Rick said it, and I was like, does Suze say it that way? Where did you hear Suze say that? On Peter's stream? No, it's great. We were saying water in a bunch of different ways. And then Rick said, I like the way Suze says water. Alright, why are you showing me this? I already know where the water is. It's like literally one water source in this area. Dude, if you could just skip every, like, log like that, you could save immense amounts of time in this game. Yo. Yo, Shane, yo. What's up, dude? Alright. Oh, when you were on Gabe's stream. Okay, I was gonna be like... What? It's not here, dude. You're out of your mind. Get away from me, you fucking stupid things. 3 gummy in tummy? Oh no. Oh no. That's a spicy amount. YouTube. British people be like? YouTube. Bow, 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 bow. Da? I like YouTube. H. H2O. Oh, deep woods, huh? When the shallow woods weren't enough. Fuck off, dude. Don't even start with me. Zed. I know there's a way to get over here. What happened to the rope, dude? There used to be a rope here, it's just gone. Cummies, dude. Come on. They say 6th instead of 6th? I haven't heard that. 6th? It just sounds like they have a lisp. Gurog. Garage. The garage. The garage. Aluminium. Oh, there's a log here. I was gonna say, there's gotta be a way to get back, right? The garage. He's doing British stuff right now, I'm pretty sure. No, it's the garage. I was saying it wrong. The garage. Don't mind him, he's just doing British stuff right now. Dude, they actually put it in the fucking temple. Ugh. There's some words you use if you ever want to find a Canadian. Garage and roof, really? Oh, of course it's in the deepest part of the temple. Dude. Why do we have to go? We're gonna have to do this for every temple in the game. We're literally gonna have to do this for every temple in the game. Yo! I want that as an alert sound, kinda. I love Canadians too. A lot of my mods are Canadian. I love them. Holy, you're that guy. Here to do some treasure hunting? Yup. Called it. You got treasure hunter written all over your face. The big stone guy out there tip you off to the loot? Tip. Strum a chord most beautiful in the place in the temple where the butterflies dance. Oh yeah, shit. Nothing happened. There's no chance I'm gonna give up the hunt for treasure yet. Alright, well. Suze! Ah, Suze, you're too nice, dude. Thank you for gifting us up to Cat! Dude, Cat, enjoy my emotes again, and no ads whenever you watch me. Hell yeah, dude. Cockney shit? Wait, what? British accent's kind of hot, though. True. Germ, what are you laughing at? Pause champ. Excuse me? I actually did the right fucking thing. I had no idea where it was. At least it's lenient. Oh, okay, Jerem, I see. You didn't actually type it, though. Were you about to type it and you're like, oh. Why is this temple full of more shit? This isn't allowed. I have to do the temple again? This isn't allowed. You're out of your mind. They're reusing content. You can't do this. yeah, Germ. I see. Now I see. I mean, it's true. They would say that. Oh, good. Good, Germ. That's fucking hilarious. I work like a weasel just to swipe a key from that multi. It didn't even tell me, so I was like, Jerem, what are you laughing about? I work like a weasel just to swipe a key and then I have to go and lose it. I just can't remember which hole I hit it in. God damn it. Dude. I'm actually kind of upset that they're reusing dungeons. That's really, like, not great. Dude, I'm like genuinely upset about it. Because I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder what the rest of the dungeons are gonna be, because we've done those 3 and we built a piece. It's like, oh, the rest of the dungeons are actually gonna be ones you've already done. Oh, man. Nintendo said it needs to be longer. Probably. Damn. Did you ever play Arkham City? No, I never got into those games much, Shane. They're like some of your favorites, aren't they? Alright, so that was worthless. You care if I talk about a DLC spoiler? I don't know if anyone in chat cares. I wouldn't really mind. Yeah, the fire dungeon was awesome. You're gonna have to do this for every temple? I assumed that, yeah. Why, dude? Why would they do that? We're gonna have to revisit every temple and redo them? I do have a map on me, yeah. What about it? Key. Sidara's thing, I buried a key, but I can't recall where I put it. It might not be this room after all. You don't happen to have a map on you, do you? Okay, I do. I went into the other room and it wasn't in there. There aren't that many rooms in this, the first section of this temple. That means desert again. Well, thankfully we don't have to solve the area to get... Oh, no, wait, we will. Oh! We are gonna have to solve puzzles in the area again. This... Oh, no, dude. I don't want to go back to the desert, boys. What do you mean? There's only one X and it's right there. I'm looking for dig spots right now. Dude, where did you put it? Marcus, I hope not. Aki, thanks for the host, buddy. What's up, man? This is it. It's not it. No, I just don't want to start, like, not liking the game, because I've been enjoying it. And now I'm kind of like, oh no. There's a downhill, it's gonna start going downhill, isn't it? Dude, have I not checked fucking everything now? I beat the magic spam bitch. Nice, Aki. Good. I'm glad to hear that. You're making progress every time. Wait, what did she say? Give me advice. A hint. Hint me. Okay, you're expecting encountering many. Okay. Wow, great advice. Okay, there is a hole right there. Nothing. Pretty much DLC, there are Catwoman missions, but you can stay up just... Wait, what? Is it like roll credits, Shane? That's fucking funny. Her hint is just play the game. Just play the game, forehead. That's what she said. That's really funny. Did you let it happen? That's hilarious. That's really funny. I would feel like shit. It rewinds after credits. Oh, cool. Well, that's really neat. Is there something I missed in here, dude? Oh, this is poop. The game went from impressing me tonight to being poop. He put his chin on the table and started staring me straight. He stared at me straight in the eyes. Am I neglecting him? I don't know, Suze. I don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, you looked it up beforehand. Probably a good call. Oh my god, Diesel. That sounds terrible. Yeah, absolutely, Kat. Thanks for hanging out. Good night. Always great to see you. GF says it cancels him to hang out. Girlfriend falls asleep. Yep. Yep. Matt, that sounds, Oh, it's so funny. I'm sorry, dude. Dude, how do you... I'm so frustrated. I'm just so frustrated. Ow. There's nothing I missed. Where could it be? Yo, Vince, what's up, dude? You too. Also, that's me. I fall asleep so quickly. Anyway, bye. Bye, cat. Do you read the awful things I put in chat on a regular basis? Yes, but for some reason that one just really struck me. Diesel, you don't usually say terrible things. Okay, there's that. Vince, how you doing, dude? Can you blow the grass? I didn't think about that. I also don't know that I did this correctly. Oh. Yeah, we didn't even go in here. Oh, God, not again, dude. Can I just go? He'll die if I don't get a PS5? What are you talking about? Ready to enjoy another stream, viewers? I've had a rough night. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on? Everything okay? I'm having a rough time playing this game and trying to figure out what to do. Slice him! Oh my god, dude. Not the Gen 5 music. I wasn't ready for it. Dude, Matt, thank you for the 80 bits. He's got Gen 5 music today, I guess. Aki, you bitch. Lots of personal stuff, thank you. Okay, man, I got you. Well, I hope all is good. You're always welcome to chill here with us, you know that. Because he saw that it was available, that's why. That's actually the last ones tonight. I've already done all the other ones, so. Dude. Alright. Jumping jacks for Shaq? No, they're for you. And the entire time I do them, I will think about how much I despise that you did this. This is where we come to forget our woes and laugh at Percy getting stuck in video games. Dude, this is a rough one tonight. What the hell am I supposed to do? Have I not done everything? These stupid... If it weren't for these dumbass moles, dude. Oh, I lost the key somewhere. I don't know, man. Remember your drawing? Oh, yeah, damn. I am gonna have to do that. Oh my god, dude. I do have underwater powers. Yeah, but I can't dig underwater, can I? Aki, no, dude! Oh, but there is that. Can I do this? Oh my god. Aki, no, dude! A 69 from Aki? No! Aki, you better stop right now. Thank you for the bits, buddy. You don't have to do that, man. Thank you. Hydrate. You guys, I swear to God, you guys wait till my ball's empty. Okay. That was a nice Animal Crossing jam. Aki, thank you for the 80, 75, and 69 bits. We found it, boys. Oh my god, why is he going up the line? Aki, stop! Oh, nice, dude.
Upgrade complete.
Got this upgrade at your base there. Aki, thank you for 90 bits. Holy shit, dude. Stop! Oh my god! Why is he doing this? thank you for the 110, Aki. Please, dude. It's too much. Oh my god, he's still going. Aki, dude. No, it's so gross. Oh my god, no, he did another one. Oh no! Dude, he's gonna be my dad now. Aki.
You're never gonna believe what time it is, man. Oh god.
At 2 a.m. Aki does this.
He needs some milk.
Why?
You stoned?
Can we get a shout out for Aki? I don't know why that didn't work for you, Germ. No, it should have, though. I have it to where you can do it. Aki, Jesus Lord. Thank you for all the bits. I don't know why I didn't let you do it. Are we doing this? No! Aki, oh, no, we're not doing this. Game 12. Oh my god. Aki, I love you. Thank you for all the bits. You're my dad. Gino, thank you for the 69 bits. No, guys, no pants. Why is it not updating Aki to my dad? He's definitely my dad. Give him dad status. Oh my god, Suze. Suze! Aki has started a train that has led to too many bits being thrown at me. I need tearaway pants. Aki, with like 1,200 bits, dude. You don't have to do that, Aki. And Sue's doing what they always do and bombarding my ass with large amounts of more bits. Damn it, Suze. Thank you for all the bits. And you too, Aki. My god, you guys. Well, Aki, you were my dad, but Suze always does too much and takes daddy's spot because Suze is dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
You guys oh my god. Bit father. I refuse to say it. It makes me uncomfortable. Burger apple, damn. Cortland, what's up, man? Burger apple. I'm not saying it. I refuse. Chat, you can't make me. Okay. Yo, is that Alex? Ow. Alex, what's up, man? My brother, how you doing? Just give me around here, please. Aki, Suze, thank you guys. You're crazy. Hey, Supers, chilling with the Fall Guys and watching the long. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for always hanging out with me, dude. I love having you here. Oh my god! At least this is somewhat new content. They added like they added new enemies and old rooms. I really don't know what Nintendo's doing with this game now. It's gonna start scaring me. I'm getting worried. Okay, where's this take me? This is not at all where I want to be. My wrist hurts. Stop masturbating, Rick. Okay. Yep, he got you. All right. What are we supposed to do in here? Dude. Aki, no. I'm gonna beat your ass, Aki. Dude, no! Why? Why would you do that? Well, Aki, I guess you're my dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
What the fuck, man? Why, Aki? Dude, thank you for the I'm dead. Thank you for the absurd amount of bits, dude. I don't know what you guys are doing. I do not deserve this. You guys are too fucking nice, man. Thank you, guys. I love you. Jesus, Aki. No! Will I always miss? No. The answer was no. Alright, here's what we're doing. Purse YouTube? Oh my god, dude. Genuinely. You guys are too much for me. I can't handle this. My brain's melted. He shot my beetle, dude? No. Just don't go straight on towards them. There we go. My Beetleborg, dude! Oh my god, I have not heard Beetle. I haven't heard the term Beetleborg. Aki, please, dude. What is this? Why are you doing this? Dude, Aki with 2.5k bits. Wow. That's a new one? It's one of the secret alerts. Your next PS5. No, oh my god, dude. Aki, I don't know what to say besides thank you, man. Rick, fuck off. Dude, I love you too, man. You don't gotta do that. That's insane. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, Gino. Doesn't hear about water now. There ain't nothing here but water, he said. Okay, yeah, get out of my way. It plays for 6 hours. Okay. For $696, I'd watch Pants for 660 or 696 hours. Or wait, I'd watch Pants for $669, not hours. For 6 hours, for $696. $696. Yeah, that was a bad slip of the tongue. Why don't you grab the gold rupee? I didn't see one. I'd do a lot for $696, baby.
Alright guys, today I'm making a hot dog for my boy Purse.
No!
And just gonna be going. Go. It's nice. Go ahead. Bite. Bon appetit first.
Aki with 200 more bits! Aki, stop, dude! It was a gold rupee? Shit, I didn't even see it, man. Alright, alright, alright. Hot dogs are good, and then Dan just has to ruin it. God damn it. Shit, man. It's not enough. Yikes. Yeah, these bomb fuses are long, dude. Bomb bowling. No, the fuses are still too long. No, please, I'm so close. Oh, get away from him. My God. Is it this door? Sus is quiet. I think somebody's about to give you something. Oh, Suze! Oh, you're saying Suze. I thought you said Su. I thought you said sus earlier. I was like, huh. Alright, fellas, I'm out of here. Godspeed. Germ, thank you for always hanging out, buddy. I love you, man. Purse just used an Estus. Yeah, I did. The Powerade of time. I drank a nice cherry Powerade. There's a bunch of skins in this gacha game I want, but they're not in the English version yet. You don't need it. You don't need it, Dan. Nah, Suze is just hanging out. God damn. Aki, whenever I met you, weren't me and you going back and forth in Barley's team trying to take the #1 spot? I already bought the gyms? God damn it. Oh yeah, we did. That was like how we met. I remember that. Hold up. Why are you saying hold up, Germ? Alright. Am I allowed to watch Marbles without the Marble Boys? Me and Caleb don't. What we do is we just let them stack up, and then we watch them all together. That's up to you, Germ. That's up to you. We let them stack up, and then we get together and watch them again. If you don't, it'll be an excuse for us all to hang out again. Oh, that's what it was, Aki. You're right. 5 minutes. No! Oh my god, Markers. I swear to god. And you can't fast travel. Oh, at least it takes me out. I'll not watch then. Yeah, I mean, it'll give us an excuse to all get together again, right? Me and Caleb don't watch them without each other, so. Let's get it, Germ. You're part of the league now, baby. Alright, get me out of here. What do 2 DJs name their kid? What? I'm trying to figure out this joke. How did we get Lake Floria? It's over there. How did we? Oh yeah, there's a log. God damn it, Matt. Alright, peace out. Why is he doing this? Aki, stop, dude. What the fuck, man? It's all those fucking long shifts at work he's been doing, man. God damn, dude. I don't even know what to say to you still. You just keep going. Dropping a fucking 5-pack on the community, dude. Aki, thank you for gifting a sub to Streaming Tap, Stick Figure, Rudis Bird, Coconut, and Neko Neko Neko. Dude, thank you for the 5 gifts, my dude. I love you too, man. You ain't gotta do all that shit. That's crazy. Thank you, Aki. Now I've got to show some love back to you, you motherfucker. I'm really glad you've been enjoying Dark Souls 3 lately, my dude. I want to be able to watch you play some of it. Last time I watched you, you were just now getting into, what the fuck is that place called? I can't even think of it right now. Are you challenging me? Damn, dude. Suze, no, stop. Suze, please. He's just being nice. It's not a challenge. He's just being nice. We definitely did this the wrong way. I wasn't supposed to do this. There was a log that would have just taken me straight back. And my dumbass is gonna redo all this. I'm actually creating more work. Even Aki says, no, Suze, I don't care, please. Suze, don't do it. Find out next time. I'm gonna try to swim like that. Try doing this as well, Matt. Ah, fuck. Attention, I'm kind of uncomfortable. Now I feel like I need to give Aki like my left nut or something. I feel like he owns a piece of me. I won't this time. Good, save. Don't do this. It's too much support from you guys. Thank you for always being here and everything you guys do. Seriously. I'm somehow still holding this up as something I can do for a living, and that's unbelievable. I don't know how I've lasted this long. I thought it would last a month, and then I wouldn't be able to do it any longer, and then I'd go, oh fuck, I I gotta stop doing this shit. Matt, dude. Dude, Matt, with the shields, I owe you guys more alerts. We need more variations. The problem is that I have to spend like a whole day in Premiere, and I fucking hate it. But you guys deserve more, am I going backwards right now? You guys deserve more variations. I definitely am going backwards. I think. Yeah, I go into Premiere and I cut them up and then I export them as WebMs and shit. Am I going the right way? Oh yeah, no, I am going the right way. I should've just went for the damn log. Next week I'll get you a dinner alert. Yes, please. Okay. Anyone who is awake, if you want to make a dinner alert, don't add anything to it. Just make a simple video of however you want to do it. Think of something, and next week I'll add some new alerts. An apartment, that's about it. It's fucking crazy though, dude. I don't know, Aki. Just blows my mind. Yeah, I mean, literally, you don't have to copy what Dan did. Just do whatever you want. I'll remake mine. You could just re-upload it without the music, Rick, and it'll be good to go. Link just pours it on the ground. Yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna let you die now. Holy shit, now it's kind of cool. Don't forget the drawing. Yeah, I'll do it past stream time here because I wanted to finish this shit. Behold the full majesty of Farron, water dragon and guardian of these lands. Cool. Human, you have done well to bring me the sacred water. I see now it was no coincidence that you completed the goddess's trial and obtained a water dragon scale. In turn, I will grant you the favor you have asked of me and lead you to the sacred flame. Come. Basically, we did 2 dungeons tonight. That's pretty good. Dude, fuck yeah, Aki. What do you play on right now, dude? I don't like going into overtime on stream because people literally, like, if I go like 10 minutes over, people are like, I'm falling asleep. And I'm like, I know. I'm sorry. Because I already stream late. Yeah, I know, Marcos. I stream so late. Eating pizza rolls with a fork. If we have variation, I'm gonna be like, hey, what are you guys cooking for dinner tonight? God, I love the fucking music in this game. It almost sounds like a Mario Odyssey track or something. Just get me up. Actually, no, it doesn't really sound like Mario Odyssey. It's just making me think of it for some reason. Yeah, Rick, I know, dude. I know it, man. Yeah, the soundtrack's really good. Spooky. The soundtrack didn't hit you? There's a lot of good music in Twilight Princess, but like there are some songs in Twilight Princess that I legitimately hate. So it's weird. Is this another dungeon, dude? Oh no. Well, I guess this is where we're saving. Why wouldn't they just do this as the dungeon? Why do we have to go back and revisit the old one? This is a whole ass dungeon. Okay. This game's weird. Okay. This game's just, I don't know, it definitely throws you for a loop. I know a lot of people said whenever I started this, they're like, oh man, this game is long. And I could see how now, because they padded it out a lot, maybe. Lake Hylia Twilight Princess is one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. Lake Hylia might be my favorite song in the game. It's so good. Alright. Alright, baby.